Welcome to Arkadelphia, Arkansas, to the campus of Henderson State University and to Clyde Berry Field. It is senior weekend here at the Clyde. The Reddies honoring 13 seniors, 6 of them in the starting lineup as Henderson State tries to get back on track. The Reddies had won 4 in a row at the end of March, but they've lost 5 of their last 6. They were swept last weekend at Arkansas Tech, but they come in to the weekend facing an East Central team that has struggled on the road this season. The East Central Tigers come into this one 4-23 overall, 4-17 in GAC play. That is tied for 11th of 12 teams in the conference. And East Central winless on the road this season, 0-13. Henderson State has been very solid at Clyde Berry in 2021. The Reddies 12-6 at home, and they will be behind their starter Spencer Tack, who has been excellent at home here this season. Tack's ERA on the year is 4.11, but when he pitches in the friendly confines of Clyde Berry Field, that drops down to 2.42, and the Reddies are happy to have Tack back. Tack did not appear. He was unavailable last weekend against Arkansas Tech, so he is well rested and comes into this one following 2 quality starts. Tack's last appearance was back on April 3rd against the Southern Arkansas Mule Riders. Tack went 6 2/3. He gave up 2 earned runs and on 6 hits and 2 walks while striking out 9 batters. It was the longest outing of Tack's career. The 9 punch-outs tied a career high. Tack did not get the decision, but the Reddies won 3-2 as the right-hander Tack digs into the rubber on the mound as East Central's leadoff hitter, Garrett Lemons, digs in at the plate and takes a fastball for a strike on the outer half for the first pitch of the weekend. Lemons leading off the top of the first for the Tigers. Henderson State has the shift on, expecting Lemons, the lefty hitter, to pull as he goes opposite field and out of play. Tack quickly ahead 1-0-2. Myers, the shortstop, the lone infielder on the left side of the infield. Argenbright essentially playing second base. Colasanto, the regular second baseman, in shallow right field. Tack 0-2 to Lemons. Popped up left side of the infield. Myers, the shortstop, drifts under it and makes the catch for the first out of the first inning of our Saturday doubleheader. Bit of a dreary day here in Arkadelphia. It's a cool one. Temperatures in the high 50s, 57 degrees at first pitch. Temperatures expected to tick up into the mid-60s as the afternoon continues. 1 out, no base runners for the East Central Tigers here in the top of the first. Dylan Mansell digs in and takes a fastball right down Broadway, 0-1. Scoreless ball game. Henderson State comes into this one 14-13. East Central comes into the weekend 4-23, 0-1 from Tack. That is the first time Tack has missed the zone, as Lemons, the leadoff man for East Central, popped out to the shortstop Joe Myers on an 0-2 just moments ago. 1-1 the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, bases empty, top of the first. Mansell waits, tried to check his swing, but clearly went around on the breaking ball, dipping to the outside corner. Strike 2. Wind blowing out to right center field. Henderson State even alignment for East Central's 2-hitter, Dylan Mansell. 1-2. That's low and inside at the shoelaces of the right-handed hitting Mansell. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Mansell batting .306, 22 hits and 72 at-bats. That .306 average, good for second best on this Tigers team. 2-2 from Tack. Outside fastball, strike 3, called. Mansell gave it a thought, waited on it, watched it, and wished, but his Wish was not granted. That pitch just catching the outside edge. Strike 3 called. Tack has his first strikeout of the day, his 35th of the season, and his 92nd of his career. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the first, scoreless ball game. Backdoor breaking ball stays outside as the senior catcher Josh Aguilar held it for a split second longer, trying to get the call with the frame job. No can do. 1-0 to Shaper Cotter, East Central's lefty hitting 3-hitter. Cotter turns on it and chops it down the first base side, foul. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Base is empty. Reddies another shift for the lefty Shaper Cotter. This time it's Myers, the shortstop, going over to the right side of the infield. Colasanto again, the second baseman, and shallow right. 1-1. Hit hard right side. Stevens, the first baseman, moves to his right, baskets it in at the ankles, and beats Shaper Cotter to the bag for the third and final out of the top of the first inning. Tack retires the Tigers 1-2-3 in the top of the first. We'll go to the bottom of the first inning. 0-0. Reddies will bat when we return on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. Cloudy Saturday afternoon. We're playing 2 today, bottom of the first inning in our first half of the doubleheader. Reddies retired the Tigers 1-2-3 in the top of the first. 0-0 ball game. Danny Mitchell Jr., one of the 6 Reddies in the lineup today, digs in. It is senior weekend at Clyde Berry Field as the Reddies host the East Central Tigers. Reddies bat to the bottom of the first. Danny Mitchell Jr., the Reddies lefty leadoff and left fielder, digs in. Mitchell Jr., one of 13 seniors being honored pregame here at Clyde Berry Field as he takes a fastball for a strike on the inside corner. 0-1 from East Central's starter today, Spencer Johnston, the right-hander, listed at 6'3", 230, redshirt junior out of Arlington, Texas. A long look in. 0-1 to Mitchell Jr. Scorched right side off the glove of the first baseman, Shaper Cotter, into right field. Mitchell Jr. on first with a lead-off single. Mitchell Jr. back on track with the bat after going a combined 1 for 9 last weekend at Arkansas Tech. Grayson Stevens looking to do the same in terms of getting back on track. Stevens just 1 for 11 combined last weekend. He digs in. Back-to-back lefty hitters for the Reddies to lead off the bottom of the first. Mitchell Jr. leads off of first base. A threat to steal 10 thefts on the season. That leads the Reddies as Stevens takes a breaking ball below the knees, 1-0. Scoreless, bottom of the first. Mitchell Jr., the Reddies' leadoff man, leads off first after the single that deflected off the glove of the first baseman, Shaper Cotter, and the Reddies have back-to-back hits to lead off the bottom of the first as Grayson Stevens turns on the 1-0 and drills it to right field. Stevens stops at first. Mitchell Jr. takes third without a play, and Henderson State threatening in the blink of an eye as Joe Myers gets set to take his turn. So Mitchell Jr. and Grayson Stevens each had one hit last weekend in 3 games against the Arkansas Tech Wonder Boys. They've each got a hit to lead off this weekend, and they stand on the corners for Joe Myers. Myers takes an off-speed pitch for a strike. Outside corner, 0-1 to Myers. Mitchell Jr. on third. Grayson Stevens on first. Nobody out. Bottom of the first. Myers trying to bring home the game's first run. 0-1 to Myers. Swung on and missed. 0-2 to a man who has been moving up the Henderson State record books. Myers top 10 and a handful of categories coming into this one. We'll get to that later. Myers takes a breaking ball inside, 1-2. Myers has an RBI opportunity here with runners on the corners. He had 2 RBI last weekend, which gave him 92 for his career. That moved Myers past Chase Peeler and Hayden Lessenberry for 8th all-time in program history. 1-2. Cut on and missed. Myers goes down swinging, foul tipped into the glove of the catcher Barnes. So after back-to-back singles by Mitchell Jr. and Grayson Stevens to put runners on the corners, Myers strikes out for the first out of the bottom of the first. Still 0-0. Caden Argenbright, the freshman, third baseman, digs in looking to change that. Argenbright leads the Reddies an average .354. Takes fastball at the shins, 1-0. Argenbright was one of 2 Reddies to hit safely in all 3 games at Arkansas Tech last weekend. Argenbright stayed scorching hot, went a combined 4 for 8. 1-0 to Argenbright. Breaking ball. Nice pitch. Inside corner. Started above the belt. Dropped in at the thighs of the freshman out of Sulphur Springs, Texas. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 0-0. Bottom of the first. Runners on the corners for Argenbright. Check on first base as Stevens slides to the bag safely. Good speed on the base paths for Henderson State. Mitchell Jr. on third. Stevens on first. 1-1 to Argenbright. Looped to shallow left field. Making a long run is Butler. This drops 6 inches to the right of the left field line. Mitchell Jr. trots home from third. Stevens takes third behind him, and Caden Argenbright never stopped running. He winds up on second with a 1-out double as Butler could not make the long run over, and it landed in fair territory. Caden Argenbright has an RBI double, and the Reddies have a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first. Argenbright now 10 doubles to lead the Reddies this season. Came into the weekend tied for 4th in the conference with 9 doubles. So Argenbright stands on second. 2 runners in scoring position for Matthew Baker, who swings at the first pitch. A soft line drive takes a 1-hopper in front of the second baseman George. He waits on it, fires to first for the out as Stevens comes home from third and Argenbright moves to third. So Matthew Baker trades an out for an RBI, and the Reddies double their lead. 2-0 HSU in the bottom of the first. Here in the first game of a 3-game set, also the first game of a Saturday doubleheader. So Baker happy to drive home Stevens from third. Argenbright now stands on third as Josh Aguilar, Henderson State's left-handed hitting catcher, digs in and takes an off-speed pitch for a strike. 2-0 Henderson State, bottom of the first. Argenbright on third. Reddies 2 runs on 3 hits so far. Mitchell Jr. and Stevens started with singles. Argenbright with a double. 0-1 to Josh Aguilar. Lifts it high in the air, right field. Lemons, the right fielder, drifts into right center and makes the play for the third and final out. The Reddies strand Argenbright at third, but they take a 2-0 lead into the second inning. When we come back, you're listening to Henderson State Baseball on the Reddies Radio Network. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. Top of the second we go. Henderson State up 2-0 after 2 in the bottom of the first. Spencer Tack, Henderson State's right-handed starter out of Dallas, Texas. Back on the bump for his second inning of work. He retired the Tigers in order, 1, 2, 3 in the top of the first. He'll face 4, 5, 6 in the order. Here in the top of the second as Caleb Shore digs in. First pitch to Shore, swung on and missed. Tack uses the fastball, and Shore cannot catch up. 0-1. Tack has an elite fastball, arguably the best velocity on this Reddies staff. Tops out at 93, 94 miles an hour. 0-1. Off speed from Tack, dips into the dirt. 1-1 as Shore takes at the shoelaces. Shore DHing for the Tigers. Batting cleanup. Right-handed hitter. 1-1. Fastball inside. 2-1. Tack threw 11 pitches in the top of the first. Got Lemons to pop out to shortstop. Struck out Mansell and got Shaper Cotter to ground out to the first baseman, Grayson Stevens, unassisted. 2-1 to Caleb Shore. Hit hard right at the second baseman, Daniel Colasanto. He makes one stride to his right, makes the play, and throws out Shore by 3 steps. So Tack gets the leadoff man in the first and now the second as Christian Whitaker digs in, splitting the Tigers order, batting 5th. Henderson State 2. Essential zip. Top of the second. Base is empty. Tigers looking for their first base runner as Whitaker digs in and takes a fastball for a strike outside corner. Back-to-back righty hitters for the Tigers in the top of the second. Both Shore and Whitaker hitting right-handed. 0-1 from Tack. Swing and a miss. Tack uses the breaking ball. And Whitaker chases out of the zone. Tack quickly ahead 0-2. Tack looking for his second K of the day. Not this time. Count stays the same as Whitaker just stays alive late on the 0-2 fastball. Tack struck out Mansell, the second hitter in the top of the first for East Central, looking to strike out Whitaker, the second hitter in the top of the second for the Tigers. Another 0-2. Low and outside, this misses. Tack revved up, reached back for some extra mustard on that fastball, but sacrificed accuracy for speed and missed outside, but no problem. Tack wastes one, count goes to 1-2. 1 out, top of the second, base is empty. That's inside. Change up from Tack, and the count is evened up as Whitaker looks to give the Tigers their first base runner. Top of the second, Reddies in front 2-0. Whitaker went a combined 5 for 13 against Southern Nazarene last weekend. 2-2. That's slow and inside. 3-2. First 3-ball count that we've seen from Spencer Tack, who has been pounding the strike zone early, was ahead 0-2 on Whitaker. The count has run full. Here comes the payoff pitch. Lifted to deep right field, but this will tail out of play as Whitaker gave it a ride. Henderson State's Jake Dunn, who is making his first start of the season in right, jogs over to take a peek, but never had a chance as Whitaker, the right-handed hitter and East Central's third baseman, digs back in. Another 3-2 from Tack. Another foul ball. This is chopped in the direction of Henderson State's dugout down the third base line. Whitaker battling here for the Tigers. Bases empty. Top of the second. Henderson State up 2-0. They got a pair in the bottom of the first. Argon Bright RBI double. Matthew Baker RBI ground out. 3-2. Fastball misses just low. And Whitaker has a walk for the East Central Tigers. Tigers get a base runner with 1 out in the top of the second. A great at-bat by Whitaker. Not known for walking. Whitaker, in 62 at-bats this season, came in with just 1 base on balls. That is number 2. And he leads off first as Michael Rosario cuts and misses at a first pitch fastball from Tack. 0-1 the count. 1 out, 1 on, top of the second. Whitaker leads off of first for the Tigers. Whitaker has not attempted to steal this season. Straight back, 0-2 as Rosario just clips it. Tack ahead 0-2 on back-to-back batters, was ahead 0-2 on Whitaker. Whitaker worked a walk, ahead 0-2 on Rosario. Tack looking for punch out number 2. He's got it. Pulls the string. Rosario way out in front. Tack with a venomous breaking ball. And Rosario goes down on 3 pitches for the second out in the top of inning number 2. So 3 right-handed batters to start the top of the second before Tanner Barnes, the East Central catcher, digs in to bat lefty. Whitaker leads off first. First pitch to Barnes. Swung on, fouled back into the netting behind home plate. Tack ahead 0-1. Whitaker became East Central's first base runner here in the top of the second with a 1-out walk. 2 outs now. Here comes the 0-1. Tack pitches to Barnes. Does not get the call as Josh Aguilar, Henderson State's catcher, tried to nibble the knees of Barnes and get the frame, but unable to do so. Count goes 1-1. Here it comes. It's low and inside, 2-1. Henderson State comes into this one trying to get back on track. The Reddies have lost 5 of 6. They were swept last weekend at Arkansas Tech. East Central comes into this one just 4-17 in GAC play as Tack again just misses the zone. That was low, and the count goes 3-1 as East Central looks to put 2 men on here in the top of the second. Whitaker leads off first. 2 outs, Reddies up 2-0. Hitters count 3-1 to Barnes. Barnes late. Fouls it back off one of the metal poles behind the plate. Payoff pitch coming up, and Whitaker at first will be running as Tack starts his motion with 2 outs and a full count here in the half inning. Whitaker takes off, hit hard to the right side. Stevens makes a diving play to his right. The first baseman flashes the leather and saves a base hit. He beats Barnes to the bag and ends the inning. Tack shows a little love to his first baseman, Stevens, says thank you. And the Reddies will bat when we return. HSU 2, ECU nothing. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. The sun trying to come out here as it's mostly cloudy in Arkadelphia. Temperatures in the high 50s right now. Started overcast, but got some blue skies poking through here in mid-April. First game of a 3-game weekend set. Reddies lead 2-0. Bottom of the second we go. Reddies sent 6 to the plate to the bottom of the first. So it'll be 7-8-9 due up as Bryson Haskins, Henderson State's center fielder, digs in and takes a fastball right at the knees, strike 1. Haskins hitting 7th, Colasanto on deck hitting 8th, Jake Dunn getting his first start of the season in the hole hitting 9th. 0-1 to Haskins. That's in the turf, skips away from the catcher Barnes, but nobody on the base paths, so no issue as Haskins leads off the bottom of the second for the Reddies. Henderson State 2 runs on 3 hits in the bottom of the first. Oregon Bright brought home Mitchell Jr. with a double. Matthew Baker brought home Grayson Stevens with an RBI groundout. 1-1 to Colasanto, checks his swing and did not go around as the breaking ball dipped below the knees. 2-1 to Haskins. Haskins, 5'10" junior out of Ashdown, Arkansas. Waits on the 2-1 from Johnston. Swinging bunt down the first base line, and the pitcher Johnston fields it right in front of the first baseman Shaper Cotter, who was waiting on it. Johnston reaches out to tag Haskins, but Haskins avoids the glove and is safe at first base. I think Johnston may have hurt himself there. Shaper Cotter was in better position to make the play, or it appeared from my vantage point. But Haskins, a swinging bunt down the first base line, and he is on the base paths with an infield single to lead off the bottom of the second. Singles to lead off the first and the second now for the Reddies as Daniel Colasanto digs in and bats with Haskins on first. Fastball misses low and inside from Johnston. 1-0. Reddies up 2-0. East Central got a base runner by way of a walk in the top of the second, but Grayson Stevens, the Reddies' first baseman, ended the inning with a nice diving play. 1-0 to Colasanto. Chop right side, could be 2. Shaper Cotter gloves it, throws to second as the play is made by the covering shortstop Rosario. And they are going to say Haskins interfered with Rosario, the shortstop, and because of Haskins' slide, Colasanto is ruled out at first base, so that is going to be ruled as a double play. So Haskins and Colasanto both wiped off the base paths. I'm not sure if I saw much malicious intent there. Just saw Haskins trying to break up a double play, but Jake Dunn gets right back on the base paths. His first start of the year. The first pitch he sees this weekend is through the left side, and Dunn has a single. Jake Dunn's first hit of the year had 2 previous at-bats. Jake Dunn, Henderson State's go-to pinch runner, so you know he's got speed on the base paths, and he gets a round of applause from his dugout. Dunn, one of 13 Henderson State seniors being honored this weekend. It is the last home series of 2021 for the Reddies, and it's coming awfully early. The Reddies still have 3 more series after this one, but they're all on the road as Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in for the second time today. The Reddies order resetting here with 1 out in the bottom of the second. Reddies scored a pair in the bottom of the first. Mitchell Jr., who bats, was one of those runs scored. 1-0. Off speed, stays above the belt. 2-0. Henderson State in white jerseys today. Red caps as Mitchell Jr. trades bats. Joe Myers, who waits in the hole, runs out to the batter's box and gives Danny Mitchell Jr. a new stick. Mitchell Jr. digs back in. 2-0 count, 2 outs. Bottom of the second, Jake Dunn leads off of first. Fastball misses at the shoelaces of Mitchell Jr. 3-0. Mitchell Jr. looking to possibly work his 19th free pass of the season. Comes in with 18 walks drawn. That leads the Reddies. 3-0. Fastball. Outside corner. Strike 1. Johnston has not walked many guys as of late. The East Central starter has given up just 2 walks to 21 strikeouts in his last 3 starts. 3-1 to Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. gives this one a hefty hack, but it is foul. Dribbles in the direction of the East Central dugout down the first base line, and the count goes full. So Dunn, who leads off first, will have a chance to use his speed. Dunn, usually used as a pinch runner, will be running on a full count with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Payoff pitch. Lifted high in the air, and it will tail out of play just behind the Reddies dugout down the third base line. Mitchell Jr. singled in the first inning, scorched one off the glove of the first baseman Shaper Cotter into right field. Mitchell Jr. came around to score on Caden Arganbright's double. Pops this one up, back, and out of play. And we'll reset and have another payoff pitch as Dunn retreats to first base, obviously running on the motion of the East Central starter Johnston. Here with a full count, 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Reddy's got a pair in the bottom of the first, looking to add with an extra base hit from Mitchell Jr. And they've got one. This is rocketed to the right center field gap. Jake Dunn comes around third. He will score. Danny Mitchell will slow up at third for a stand-up triple, and Henderson State has a 2-out, 2-strike triple from Mitchell Jr. The Reddies lead 3-0 in the bottom of the second, as Mitchell Jr. must have heard my demand for an extra base hit. Mitchell Jr. halfway to the cycle, a single in the first, triple in the second. He's already done the hardest part, as Grayson Stevens takes a breaking ball at the belt, strike 1. Mitchell Jr. leads off third. Reddy's up 3-0, bottom of the second. Grayson Stevens waits on the 0-1 from Johnston. Pulled foul down the first base line on the ground. 0-2 to Stevens, who singled into right and scored in the first. Came home on an RBI ground out to second base off the bat of Matthew Baker. 0-2. Stevens reaches out and finds some green grass. The Reddies take a 4-0 lead. Stevens goes up the middle to the right side of the shortstop, the second baseman Hayden George. Mitchell Jr. jogs home from third. The Reddies up 4-zip in the bottom of the second, and we will have a mound visit. Spencer Johnston has run into some trouble. 1 2/3 for Johnston so far. 7 hits given up, 4 runs, all of them earned. Henderson State has had the bats going in a big way so far. Here in the bottom of the second at Clyde Berry Field, the Reddies getting off to a great start here in the first game of a 3-game weekend set. This is the first game of a Saturday doubleheader. Henderson State was swept last weekend at Arkansas Tech, but they have obviously put that performance in the rearview mirror as the Reddies have tagged Johnston for 7 hits here in the bottom of the second, and Joe Myers looks to keep the line moving. Myers, the lone strikeout victim for Johnston. He went down swinging with runners on the corners and nobody out in the bottom of the first. He bats in the bottom of the second, 2 outs, and Grayson Stevens leading off first. 1-0 as Johnston misses to Myers. 4-0 ball game. Bottom of the second. Grayson Stevens leads off first. Stevens already 2 hits today. He had 1 hit all of last weekend at Arkansas Tech, and Myers takes a strike 1-1. Myers comes into the game Henderson State's all-time leader in walks with 114 and runs scored with 130. 1-1. Johnston pulls the string. Myers swings on top of it. 1-2. Henderson State as a team here in the bottom of the second, already 3 for 4 with 2 outs. 1-2 to Myers. Stevens takes off. Myers checks his swing, but the pearl glances off the hands and is foul. Stevens goes back to first, and the count stays the same. 1-2 to Henderson State's senior shortstop out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Myers 4 for 8 last weekend at Arkansas Tech. Him and Argenbright were the only Reddies to hit safely in all 3 games of the series. 1-2. Lifted to deep center field. Mansell going back at the track, at the wall, and he makes the play. Myers gave it a ride, but it ran out of juice at the last moment. And Johnston breathes a sigh of relief. He gets the 3rd out of the second inning, but not before the Reddies get 2 more on 4 hits. Henderson State a pair of runs in the first and the second. 4-0 Reddies. Will go to the 3rd when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. It is all Reddies early on. We go to the top of inning number 3. Spencer Tack, Henderson State's right-handed starter, back on the bump for the Reddies. He has not allowed a hit to the East Central Tigers Just one base runner for ECU as Whitaker worked a walk with one out in the top of the second. Haji Butler leads off the top of the third, batting right-handed for the Tigers. Swings at the first pitch of the inning. Myers slides, scoops, and throws out Butler by a step. Nice pick at first by Grayson Stevens. Nice play by Myers. Reddies flashing some leather here at Clydeberry Field. Grayson Stevens saved a base hit and ended the top of the second inning, diving to his right. Myers, that time, ranged to his left over towards the second base bag at the shortstop position and made a nice play as Tack gets one out on one pitch here in the top of the third. Quickly ahead 0-1 to Hayden George, the 9-hitter for East Central. Reddies up 4-0. 0-1, 0-2. Tack gets the call with a fastball outside corner. Tack struck out one in the first, one in the second, looking for his third punch out. 0-2 to George. Chopped right side. Sunday play made by Stevens, the first baseman. He steps on first, and George is retired after 3 pitches. So Tack gets Butler on 1 pitch. He gets George on 3 pitches. So a lightning quick top of the third developing for Spencer Tack. As the East Central order resets, Garrett Lemons digs in. Lemons takes outside with the off-speed pitch, 1-0. Lemons has the lead in the majority of the offensive categories for East Central. He's batting .341 on the year. 1-0 from Tack. Lemons pops it up, tails into foul territory. Myers, the shortstop, makes a long run near the coach's box down the third base line. The Reddies had the shift on for Lemons, and so Myers, the shortstop, was the closest man to it. He makes a good play, gets a good jump, and makes the catch. Spencer Tack gets 3 outs on 6 pitches in the top of the third. Reddies have all the momentum. Up 4-0. We'll go to the bottom half when we return on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We go to the bottom of the third. Reddies already up 4-0. Spencer Tack's pitching a gem for the Reddies and getting plenty of help as Henderson State scored 2 runs on 3 hits in the first, 2 runs on 4 hits in the second. Caden Argenbright digs in and leads off the bottom of the third for the Reddies. Middle of the order coming up, 4-5-6 as Argenbright digs in 1 for 1 and swings at the first pitch. Head high hop for the shortstop Rosario. He moves to his left, backs up on it, and makes a strong throw to get Argenbright by a step. So East Central grounded out to the shortstop on the first pitch of the top of the third inning. Caden Argenbright for the Reddies grounds out to the shortstop on the first pitch of the bottom of the third inning. And for the first time today, the Reddies do not have the leadoff man on. Mitchell Jr. singled to lead off the bottom of the first. Haskins singled to lead off the bottom of the second. Argenbright grounds out to lead off the bottom of the third as Matthew Baker digs in and takes a fastball just outside, 1-0. Baker 0 for 1, but had an RBI, grounded to the second baseman Hayden George in the first. That brought home Grayson Stevens, who stood on third as Baker's roundabout swing results in a foul ball. Ground ball down the first baseline, right side of the chalk. It's fielded by Henderson State's assistant coach Alan Hall, who's the first base coach for HSU. 1-1 to Baker. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch from Johnston. 1-2. Reddies lead 4-0, bottom of the third. Henderson State already 7 hits as a team. Mitchell Jr. and Grayson Stevens doing the heavy lifting at the top of the order. The 1-2 hitters for the Reddies combined 4 for 4. 1-2 to Baker as he takes some high heat from Johnston. Count evens up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Base is empty. The lefty Baker takes low. 3-2. Henderson State has not worked a walk today. Reddies have been aggressive with the bat, and it's paid dividends. Again, the Reddies 7 hits, 7 of 13 combined as a team. 3-2 to Baker. Baker late. Fouls it off out of play. 3-2. Johnston has gone 2 1/3 for the Tigers. 7 hits, 4 runs, all earned. Has not walked a batter. Has struck out 1 Reddy. That was Joe Myers in the bottom of the first. Another 3-2. Baker lifts this one into foul territory. On the third base side, Whitaker, Christian Whitaker, that is, makes the nice play in front of the Henderson State dugout as the 3-2 pitch stayed in play, and Matthew Baker pops out FF5. Henderson State sends Josh Aguilar to the dish with 2 outs and the base is empty in the bottom of the third. Henderson State a pair in the first and the second. Reddies up 4-0 in the first game of our 3-game weekend set as the Reddies host the East Central Tigers on senior weekend. Aguilar takes off speed from Johnston. 0-1. Johnston trying to work his first clean inning. Again, gave up 2 in the first and the second. Reddies up 4-0. Here comes the 0-1 to Aguilar. Strike 2. Aguilar has been splitting time with Corbin Sestinas for most of the season, but has played extremely well with both the glove and the bat. He's a combined 8 for 23 when he starts. Aguilar 0 for 1 so far today. Flew out to the right fielder Lemons. Aguilar waits on the 0-2. Off-speed pitch floats high over the head of the catcher Barnes into the netting behind home plate, but as the base paths are empty for the Reddies, no issue for East Central as Johnston wastes one and the count goes to 1-2 for the lefty hitting catcher Josh Aguilar. Aguilar wiggles the hips, waits on the 1-2, checked his swing. Call is that Aguilar held the bat back as the home plate umpire checked with his secondary. Count started 0-2. Has gone even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Base is empty for the Reddies. Bottom of the third. HSU 4, ECU zip. Aguilar waves and misses at this one. The catcher Barnes has trouble finding it, but throws Aguilar out by a step. And so Johnston dramatically works a 1-2-3 third, and we'll go to the fourth. Henderson State up 4-0 here at Clydeberry Field. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We go to the top of the fourth. Henderson State leads 4-0. Dylan Mansell, East Central's center fielder and two-hitter, digs in and cuts on the first pitch of the inning from Spencer Tack. Tack uses the slider to get ahead 0-1 as Mansell swings up over the top. Tack, 3 innings, has walked just 1. That's the only base runner he's allowed as Mansell is off kilter here. Swings at another slider. That one was out of the zone, outside, but Mansell comes up empty. Tack quickly ahead 0-2, looking for strikeout number 3. Wastes one. Fastball high and outside. Tack 3 primary pitches. Fastball, slider, changeup. Fastball in the low 90s. It'll top out at 94-95, which is an elite number in college baseball. Slider has been venomous. 1-2. Just below the knees of Mansell. 2-2. Mansell struck out looking in the bottom of the first. He is one of 2 strikeout victims for Tack. Caleb Shore, the other. 2-2. Inside, as Mansell shuffles out of the way. 2-2 fastball. Count starts 0-2, is now run full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Mansell leads off the top of the fourth for the Tigers. 4-0 Reddies in front. 3-2. Mansell inside outs it, and it'll run out of play over the concrete wall down the right field line. Grayson Stevens, the first baseman, over to take a peek, but he runs out of room. Even alignment. Reddy's not expecting the pull or for Mansell to go opposite field. Another 3-2 from Tack. Misses with the fastball outside, and second time today, Tack has gotten ahead 0-2 on a batter and ended up walking him. Those are the only 2 times Tack has walked a batter. He was ahead 0-2 to Whitaker. Whitaker walked. He was ahead 0-2 to Mansell. Mansell walked. So East Central has a leadoff base runner for the first time today. Here in the top of the fourth as Mansell leads off of first. And Shaper Cotter digs in. Shaper Cotter takes above the zone. 1-0. Henderson State leads 4-0 in the first game of a 3-game weekend set here at Clydeberry Field. This is the last home series of the year for the Reddies, so it is serving as Senior Day weekend. Check on first base. Ooh, that was a good pickoff attempt by Tack. Mansell was caught leaning the wrong way, but the tag from the first baseman Stevens was just late. Mansell leads off first. Tied for the team lead, 5 stolen bases for the Tigers. 1-0. Lifted high in the air, foul territory, down the first base line. Grayson Stevens, the Reddies' first baseman, makes the play for the first out here in the top of the fourth. So Tack gets Shaper Cotter, East Central's 3-hole hitter, to pop foul. And the Tigers now have 1 on and 1 out. Tack is still not allowed to hit. He's recorded 10 outs, 3 1/3. Walked 2, struck out 2. Looking to put together his 3rd straight quality start. Tack has really taken a big leap forward here in 2021 for the Reddies as once again he checks on Mansell at first base. Tack comes into this one 4.11 ERA. He is 4-1 on the season. Tack's ERA at home 2.42. First pitch coming to Caleb Shore. Mansell takes off, pitch low, ball 1, throw down to second, on the line, on time, and Mansell is nailed by the catcher Josh Aguilar. Henderson State wipes the base paths clean. Aguilar with a strong throw down to the covering second baseman Daniel Colasanto, and Mansell is caught stealing. as Tack now has 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. Shore gets a piece. Foul tipped into the catcher's mitt of Josh Aguilar. Tack, a long look in. This is outside. That pitch that Aguilar threw down to second base, I thought that was low. That was actually called a strike. So the count now 1-2 from Tack to Shore. Off speed, low in the turf. Blocked by the catcher Aguilar. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tack pitches to Caleb Shore, the Central's designated hitter. 2-2. Fastball low, 3-2. So once again, Tack goes ahead 0-2. The count goes back full. Shore digs back in. Upright stance, right-handed hitter. Payoff pitch from Tack. Laced into left field. 1 hops. Mitchell Jr. and East Central has their first hit of the ball game. Shore a 2-out single in the top of the 4th as East Central looks to restart things after Mansell was caught stealing second base. Mansell walked. Shaper caught or fouled out to first. Mansell was thrown out at second, and Shore just singled to left field, so this could be a bit of a threat if not for that caught stealing by Mansell. Tack comes to Whitaker, who's behind it, 0-1. So if East Central had not run into that out, there would be 2 on and 1 out. Instead, 1 on, 2 outs for the Tigers in the top of the 4th. Whitaker, who worked a walk in the bottom of the 2nd, waits on the 0-1 from Tack. Cannot hold his swing as he slowed the bat down through the zone, but clearly went around. And Tack again 0-2. Tack has been ahead on 7 or 8 guys 0-2. It's only resulted in 2 Ks though. Tack trying to end the inning. Whitaker again late. Out of play down the right field line. Reddies lead 4-0. Top of the 4th. Reddies got a pair in the 1st and the 2nd. East Central just moments ago got their first hit as Caleb Shore laced a line drive to left field. Tack trying to retire the side. 0-2 to Whitaker. Lazy ground ball, right side. Colasanto waits, gathers, and throws out Whitaker at first base. So Tack allows a walk and a single, but no runs for the Tigers through the top of the 4th. The Reddies will try to add to their 4-0 lead when we come back. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Reddies up 4-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Bryson Haskins led off the bottom of the 2nd. He leads off the bottom of inning number 4. Haskins reached on a swinging bunt single down the first base line, his last trip to the plate. We'll see what he's got in store for us this time around. Haskins has been awfully aggressive swinging at the first pitch in the last few weeks, but he takes the fastball above the belt, 1-0. Spencer Johnston, East Central's right-handed starter, back on the bump for his fourth inning of work. Another fastball as Barnes, the catcher, tried to frame it, but does not get the call. Quickly 2-0 to Haskins as it missed low. Reddies up 4-0, bottom of the fourth. Haskins leads off, bases empty, nobody out. Haskins again takes low, now 3-0. The Reddies have not worked a walk, but they've had no trouble with the bats, 7 of 15 as a team. Of course, 4 runs on 7 hits as Haskins takes a strike right down Broadway, 3-1 from Johnston. Johnston has not walked many batters as of late, has not walked anybody today. He's only walked 2 opposing hitters in the last 3 starts. Inside, ball 4, and Haskins jogs to first. He reaches safely for the second straight trip, and the Reddies have a leadoff base runner on board for the 3rd time in 4 innings. The Reddies had leadoff singles in the first and the second. They have a leadoff walk in the 4th as Daniel Colasanto digs in. Colasanto entered the weekend with a .339 average. That was good for second on the team. As Colasanto takes fastball outside, 1-0. Barnes, the catcher, popped out of his crouch as Haskins took a healthy secondary lead down at first, but no throw behind the center fielder Haskins. Haskins runs well, tracks down a lot of fly balls out in center field, but does not steal a lot of bases. The Reddies had the hit and run on there. Colasanto swings, but fouls it back. 1-1 the count. Haskins 1 steal in 1 attempt this season. Henderson State 20 stolen bases as his team. Daniel Mitchell Jr. has half of them. He's got 10 in 11 attempts. 1 ball, 1 strike to Henderson State's 8-hitter and second baseman Daniel Colasanto. He lifts this one to deep right center field. Ranging back, Mansell looking up. See ya! Daniel Colasanto's 2nd home run of his career. Colasanto had a grand slam earlier this season against Ouachita Baptist. He points to his parents up in the stands and slams his foot on home plate. Everybody out of the Henderson State dugout to congratulate Daniel Colasanto on senior weekend. DC2 has his 2nd home run of his career. It's a 2-run shot. Reddies up 6-0 in the bottom of the 4th as Colasanto brings home Haskins. The Reddies with 2 in the 1st, the 2nd, and now the 4th as Jake Dunn digs in and fouls back the first pitch of his AB. Dunn, first pitch swinging in his 2 at-bats so far, singled on the first pitch of his trip to the dish back in the 2nd, had a single through the left side, and swings at the first pitch here in the bottom of the 4th, swings at the 0-1, and misses 0-2. Nobody on, nobody out. Daniel Colasanto's 2-run dinger clears the bases. Reddies up 6-0, bottom of the 4th, 0-2 to Dunn. Dunn hammers this one, left field, single. Jake Dunn, 2-for-2, and the Reddies may have found something with Jake Dunn making his first start of the season in right field, and Dunn's paying dividends right now. The Reddies with a walk, a homer, and a single to start the bottom of the 4th, and Spencer Johnston will have to face Danny Mitchell Jr., who's already 2-for-2 today. As the Henderson State order resets, Dunn takes off, throw down to second as it gets under the glove of the covering shortstop Rosario. Into center field it goes, and Dunn wisely takes third. Dunn did a great job to locate the baseball, saw it skipped into center, and takes third base, as this will be charged an error on the catcher, a throwing error by Tanner Barnes, and an RBI opportunity now for Danny Mitchell Jr., as the count is 0-1 on the Reddies' left-handed hitting left fielder. Mitchell Jr. takes breaking ball, strike 2, as it clips the inside part of the plate. Mitchell Jr. was a combined 1 for 9 last weekend against Arkansas Tech. He's already got 2 hits in this weekend series, 2 for 2. In game 1 of the 3-game set, Mitchell Jr. fouls it off his lower body, as East Central's dugout was yelling to their pitcher Johnston to throw to first, but that was clearly a foul ball off Danny Mitchell Jr. Count will stay the same, 0-2. Mitchell Jr. halfway to the cycle, singled and scored in the first, had an RBI single in the second. And that brought home Jake Dunn, who currently stands on third, so Mitchell Jr. another opportunity to bring home Jake Dunn. Won't do it this time, as Dunn is stranded on third by Mitchell Jr. He swings over the top of an 0-2, and Mitchell Jr. limps back to the dugout, obviously still dealing with the foul ball that he took off of his lower body. So Mitchell Jr. retired for the first time. He's now 2 for 3. Grayson Stevens, like Mitchell Jr., digs in, 2 for 2. Reddies lead 6-0, bottom of the 4th. Henderson State has gotten 2 runs in the first, the second, and 2 so far here in the 4th, as Daniel Colasanto was responsible for both. He homered over the right center field fence as Stevens takes low and inside, 1-0. Dunn leads off third for Stevens. Swings through, 1-1. 1 on, 1 out for the Reddies. Again, bottom of the 4th. Henderson State running out to a 6-0 lead over the East Central Tigers in the first game of the Saturday doubleheader and the first game of the 3-game weekend set. 1-1 to Stevens. Ground ball right side. The second baseman, George, grabs a head-high hop and throws Stevens out at first, but that will be good for an RBI as Dunn scores from third, and Grayson Stevens has his second RBI of the day. Stevens started the day with 20 RBI. He's now got 22. Caden Argenbright started the day with 21 RBI. He's got 22, so both Stevens and Argenbright at the very moment tied for second on the team with 22 RBI. The team leader in that category bats as Joe Myers takes a fastball, 0-1. Myers has 31 ribbies this season. That's top 5 in the GAC, as Myers can't hold the bat back, quickly behind 0-2. Myers, just one of 3 Reddies without a hit so far. Already in the bottom of the 4th, Myers 0 for 2, struck out in the first, flew out to center field as he sent Mansell back to the warning track to end the inning in the second, as Johnston misses badly with the 0-2. The off-speed gets away from Johnston, gets over the head of Myers, and runs to the backstop, but no issue for the East Central infield with the bases empty here in the bottom of the 4th. Reddies up 7-0, 3 in the inning. 2 outs as Myers looks for his first hit of the weekend. Myers calls for time and takes a practice swing before digging back into the batter's box. Myers waits on the 1-2. Chops it foul down the third baseline into the Henderson State dugout. Count stays the same. Another 1-2 coming up. Myers starts the weekend with 152 hits. That is 10th all-time in Henderson State history. A couple weeks ago, he passed David Monsrund to get into the top 10 in the record book. Monsrund played at Henderson State from 1995 to 1998. 1-2 to Myers. He swings over the top of it. Barnes slides to his right to keep it in front. He makes the catch, and Myers strikes out for the second time today. Henderson State gets 3 runs in the inning. The exclamation mark was Daniel Colasanto's 2-run home run. Colasanto goes yard for the second time of his career. The Reddies lead 7-zip. We go to the 5th inning. When we come back, you're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We go to the 5th inning. Reddies up 7-0 as Spencer Tack works on the hill for HSU. Tack has been splendid for the Reddies. 4 innings of work so far. 1 hit allowed, 2 walks, 2 Ks. He pitches to Michael Rosario, East Central's 6-hitter and shortstop. Tack starts Rosario with a fastball for a strike on the inside corner. Rosario struck out in the second. He leads off the top of the 5th for the Tigers. Reddies up 7-zip. Rosario swings and misses. Tack pulls the string. And Rosario off kilter. Rosario struck out on 3 pitches in the second. Tack looking to work a little deja vu as he misses outside. Wastes the fastball. 1-2. Rosario digs in. Rosario came into the weekend batting .218, 17 hits and 78 at-bats for the Tigers in 2021. 1-2 to Rosario. Swing and a miss. Spencer Tack has his 3rd K of the day. And a lead-off strikeout for Rosario here in the top of the 5th. Spencer Tack, 4 1/3 now for the Reddies, and he has looked brilliant from the very start. East Central got their first hit with 2 outs in the top of the 4th as Tanner Barnes, the East Central catcher, swings through the first pitch of his at-bat, 0-1. Reddies 7, Tigers nothing, top of the 5th. First game of a 3-game weekend set. Laced right at the shortstop Myers. The Reddies have it played perfectly. Myers shuffles his feet and throws a strike to first to get Barnes comfortably. Tack looking to work a lightning quick top of the 5th. He gets Rosario to strike out, gets Barnes to ground out 6-3, and is looking to retire Butler. First pitch to Butler, off speed, strike 1, inside edge. Butler grounded out to the shortstop Myers, who made a nice sliding play in the 3rd. Butler waits on the 0-1 from Tack. Swing and a miss. Butler way out in front. Tack ahead 0-2. Tack's ERA at home this season coming in 2.42. It is dipping today. 4 2/3 completed, no runs for the Tigers. Swing and a miss. Spencer Tack is dealing. He strikes out Rosario. He strikes out Butler. Henderson State, 7-0 lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. The Reddies lead 7-0. They look to add as we start the bottom of the fifth. Caden Argenbright, Henderson State's third baseman and cleanup hitter, digs in. It'll be 4-5-6 for HSU, the middle of the order. Argenbright 1 for 2, RBI double in the first, grounded out to the shortstop, Rosario, in the third. It leads off the bottom of the fifth for the Reddies. 7-0, Henderson State in front as East Central's new pitcher, Davis Rogers, fires a strike on the outside edge to Argenbright, 0-1. 1-1. Rogers taking over for Spencer Johnston, who lasted 4 innings, gave up 9 hits, 7 runs, 6 of them earned, walked 1, struck out 4 Reddies. He leaves in line for the loss as Argenbright scorches one up the middle to the right side of second base. Argenbright 2 for 3. And that average up and up and up for Argenbright. Came in leading the Reddies, swinging the bat and having a .354 average. 2 for 3 for Argenbright so far. The average up to .363. Argenbright, another multi-hit game for HSU. One of 3 Reddies who have already secured a multi-hit game. As Matthew Baker digs in, he looks for his first hit. Takes a strike outside edge, 0-1. Reddies bat at the bottom of the fifth, up 7-0. Argenbright leads off of first base. No outs recorded for East Central's first reliever out of the pen, Davis Rogers. Rogers inside fastball to Baker. He inside outs it out of play. And Baker is quickly behind 0-2. Baker grounded out to the second baseman, George, in the first, but it was enough to bring home Grayson Stevens from third. So Baker 0 for 2, but does have an RBI. Baker popped out to the third baseman, Whitaker, in foul territory in the third. 0-2 from Rogers. Baker again just behind it, out of play. Henderson State's spectators ducking the heads. Sun, again, still trying to burn off most of the clouds here at Clydeberry Field. Started an overcast day. Temperatures in the high 50s at first pitch, but they've moved into the low 60s. 0-2. Baker reaches out. Going to be a tough play. The shortstop, Rosario, has no throw as he backhands it deep in the hole. Ranging to his right, the third baseman, Whitaker, dove, but it popped over his glove. And Baker has an infield single in the bottom of the fifth as Henderson State starts the half inning with back-to-back singles. Argenbright up the middle, Baker on the infield. Baker is 1 for 3. Now just 2 Reddies have not hit safely as HSU bats with nobody out and 2 on in the bottom of the fifth. One of those 2 Reddies digs in as Josh Aguilar takes his turn 0 for 2. Flew out to right in the first, struck out in the third. Argenbright on second. Baker on first. Rogers, the Tigers' right-hander, misses with the fastball outside. Rogers, a right-hander, 6 foot, redshirt junior out of Bauxito, Oklahoma, transferred to East Central by way of Carl Albert State College. 1-0 to Aguilar. Up the middle and through. Argenbright rounds third. He will score, and Josh Aguilar has an RBI single in the bottom of the fifth. The Reddies 3 straight singles to start the inning. Argenbright, Baker, and Aguilar, single, single, single. And the Reddies add 1 more. They lead 8-0. Still nobody out in the bottom of inning number 5. Baker moves to second on the single. So still runners on first and second. Nobody out as Bryson Haskins digs in. Keeps the bat back on the breaking ball from Rogers. 1-0. Haskins 1 for 1. A swinging bunt single to lead off the second. He also led off the fourth, drew a walk, and scored. And the Reddies have their 4th single of the inning. This is slashed through the right side of the infield. Baker held at third. Aguilar moves to second. And Henderson State has loaded them up for Daniel Colasanto. Colasanto flipped his script in his second trip to the plate. Colasanto opened the day with a 3-6 double play. But the next time up, Daniel Colasanto hit his second home run of his career. He brought home Bryson Haskins. And that made it a 6-0 ball game at the time. It is now 8-0 Henderson State in the bottom of the fifth. East Central using a mound visit for their reliever Davis Rogers, who has come from the bullpen and run into some serious trouble. He has not recorded an out. He has given up 4 straight singles. 1 run has scored, and the bases are loaded for Daniel Colasanto. The convention is complete. Rogers remains on the bump for East Central. Henderson State again up 8-0, bases loaded, bottom of the fifth. Colasanto bats. Baker on third, Aguilar on second, Haskins on first, as Rogers misses with the fastball outside, 1-0. Rogers making his 11th appearance of the season, comes in with a 12.67 ERA. Colasanto fouls off the 1-0, straight back 1-1. Rogers has given up 23 earned runs in 16 1/3 innings. So Rogers has struggled in 2021. The Reddies looking to continue those struggles here as Colasanto pops to shallow center. Long run for Mansell. He doesn't get there. Baker trots home from third. Aguilar comes from second and scores right behind him. Daniel Colasanto winds up on second with a double, and Henderson State leads 10-0 here in the bottom of the fifth. Rogers has allowed 5 straight hits to the Reddies, 4 singles and a double, and Rogers will be removed from the mound without recording an out. Colasanto got that one and muscled it off the hands into very shallow center field. Mansell tried to make a sliding catch and could not catch up to it. Rogers, the pitcher, actually is going to be left on the mound. I thought that was the second mound visit of the inning, which would have taken him off the hill, but East Central down 10-0. I think they're going with the mantra of they're going to have to get somebody to eat up some innings, as it's the first game of a Saturday doubleheader and the first game of the 3-game weekend set, so Rogers has got to find it. He finds the first pitch to Jake Dunn. Breaking ball, strike one, 0-1 to Dunn. Another breaking ball, that's above the belt, 1-1. Reddies have already scored 3 in the inning on 5 hits without an out. 4 straight singles and a double from Colasanto. Reddies have runners on second and third, nobody out. Jake Dunn bats, takes a fastball inside, 2-1. Jake Dunn in right field today, batting 9th, making his first start of the season. Jake Dunn playing on senior weekend, one of 13 Reddy seniors. He started the day with 1 hit in his career. He's already 2 for 2 today. 3-1. Rogers misses low, blocked by the catcher Barnes, who keeps Haskins at third and Colasanto at second. So the Reddies playing without their everyday right fielder this weekend. Alec Lewis is out with a lower body injury, so Jake Dunn getting an opportunity and certainly making the most of it. 3-1 to Dunn. That misses outside, and Dunn occupies a previously vacant first base. They're juiced back up. Daniel Colasanto had him loaded, and he doubled into shallow center field a few minutes ago. They are loaded again for Danny Mitchell Jr. Haskins on third, Colasanto on second. Dunn after the walk stands on first. Danny Mitchell Jr. already an RBI back in the second. He brought home Jake Dunn with a triple to right center field and is looking for more here. Swinging away on the first pitch of the at-bat. Hill's out of play, foul. Mitchell Jr. 2 for 3. 6 Reddies already with multi-hit games. Henderson State 14 hits, nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. Mitchell Jr. chops it to the first baseman, Shaper Cotter. He steps on first, throws home, and the tag is made on Haskins. That is a double play. 3-2. And in the blink of an eye, East Central has 2 outs in the back pocket here in the bottom of the 5th. Runners move to second and third, but Danny Mitchell Jr. misses an opportunity. Cody Hooten comes down to the third base line. He talks it over briefly with the home plate umpire, but not quite sure what he was arguing. I think he thought Haskins may have been safe. Obviously, there was no force play as Shaper Cotter stepped on first initially and then threw home. Digging in, hitting with 2 on and 2 out is Zach Lunn. Lunn, the senior out of the Lone Star State, the red shirt senior, takes inside with the off-speed pitch. 1-0. He bats in the place of Grayson Stevens. So on senior weekend, and the Reddies up 10-0. Henderson State getting Zach Lunn a little action. Lunn, an RBI opportunity, 2 runners in the scoring position. Takes at the top of the zone 1-1. Lunn has played in 1 game so far this year. Has reported just 1 at-bat. Lone outside. Barnes, the catcher, moves to his right to keep it in front. Count goes to 2-1. Lunn playing in his 4th game of his career, looking for his first hit, but exercising some good plate discipline here as Barnes, again, slides to his right and stops it in the dirt. If that gets away from Barnes, then Colasanto might be coming home from third to try to score. 3-1 to Lunn. Swung on. Lunn just behind it. Slaps it opposite field. Out of play down the right field line. Lunn got a nice piece of that baseball, just a bit behind it. If he can straighten that one out, he's going to have 2 RBI. Payoff pitch, 3-2 coming to Lunn. Breaking ball inside. Lunn works the walk. Nice AB from Zach Lunn. And he is on first as the payoff pitch misses inside and the bases are back loaded for Joe Myers. Myers 0 for 3. East Central will utilize a visit to the mound, and we will take a break here on the Henderson State Sports Network. The Reddies up 10-0. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. We'll be back in a minute. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clyde-Berry Field. The Reddies have the bases loaded. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Reddies already up 10-zip. They have been all over the East Central Tigers in the first game of the Saturday doubleheader and the first game of the 3-game weekend set. East Central goes back to the bullpen for the second time today. Davis Rogers just lasting 2/3 of an inning. This is Gage Wall. He pitches to Joe Myers. The sidewinder Wall misses outside. 1-0 to Myers, who is 0 for 3 today. Myers bats with the bases loaded. Colasanto on third, Dunn on second, Lunn on first. 1-0 to Myers. Fastball just clips the outside edge as Wall missed his spot, but the catcher Barnes frames it and gets the call. Count goes to 1-1. Reddies lead 10-0, bottom of the 5th. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Henderson State's RBI leader Joe Myers, off speed into the opposite batter's box. Myers, the right-handed hitter, puts the stop sign up to Daniel Colasanto at third base, telling him stay there. Barnes, the catcher, sliding to his right, keeps it in front. Count goes to 2-1. Myers, the senior shortstop out of Little Rock, Arkansas. 2-1, swung on, popped up, out of play. 2-2. Myers writing his name all over the Reddies records books. Already the all-time leader in walks and runs, top 10 all-time in RBI, hits, doubles, total bases, and games played. 2-2 to Myers. Strike 3 called. Myers 0 for 4. He struck out 3 times today. Myers, the lone Reddy, having a tough one at Clyde-Berry Field today. Henderson State gets 3 in the bottom of the 5th. They lead 10-0. We'll go to the 6th. Spencer Tack continues a stellar start. When we return, you're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde-Berry Field. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Reddies lead 10-zip. A few changes on the infield to make you aware of. C.J. Hughes plays third as Caden Argenbright leaves. Zach Lunn will play short, and the starting shortstop, Joe Myers, will play first base. Spencer Tack starts the top of the 6th with a fastball outside taken by Hayden George. 1-0 from Tack, who has completed 5 innings, given up 1 hit, walked 2, struck out 4. He has been stellar. 1-0 from Tack. Foul ball as George's roundabout swing clips the top of the baseball, and he pulls it into the East Central dugout down the first base line. Even alignment for the East Central hitter, Hayden George. Reddy's not expecting a push or a pull. 1-1. Off the bat, straight back. 1-2. George grounded out to the third baseman, Grayson Stevens, unassisted. Back in the 3rd inning. That was the 2nd out of the inning. Tack looking for K number 5. 1-2 to George. Fastball misses outside and low. 2-2. Reddies 10, Tigers nothing. Top of the 6th. Nobody on, nobody out. George leads off the frame for the visitors. 2-2. George reaches out. Ground ball left side. Hughes, the third baseman, waits and throws a strike across the infield for out number 1. C.J. Hughes replaced Caden Arkenbright at third as a defensive substitution in the inning and has no problem with his first action of the day. Tack has now retired the leadoff man in 5 of the first 6 innings. Mansell worked a walk to start the top of the 4th as Tack misses with the fastball low to Garrett Lemons, East Central's best hitter coming into the weekend. Lemons has been quiet so far, a couple of pop-outs to the shortstop. 1-0 to Lemons. Hit hard, but foul down the first base line. 1-1. Lemons entered the weekend leading East Central in average at .341. In runs scored with the 19, with 31 hits, with 4 homers, with 20 RBI, with 582 slugging percentage and a .455 on-base percentage. 1-1 to Lemons. Tried to hold up, could not do it. He completes the swing as Aguilar, the Reddies catcher, blocks it in front. But no issue for Aguilar as the bases are empty with 1 out in the top of the 6th inning. Reddies again up 10-0 behind a complete performance from the lineup and their starting pitcher Spencer Tack. Tack comes to the plate, 1-2, lifted opposite field, out to left by Lemons. Daniel Mitchell Jr. has no problem with it. He flips the hips, backs up, and makes the play for the second out of the top of the 6th inning. Number 32, Dylan Mansell, is one of 2 Tigers to work their way on by way of a walk. Struck out looking in the 1st, walked in the 4th. He has not put the ball in play. Tack comes to Mansell, and Mansell went around, could not check the swing as the home plate umpire checks with his assistant down the first base line. That was the right call. Naked eye says he went around, and umpire's agreeing. 0-1 from Tack. 1-1. Mansell leaves the breaking ball low and outside. Mansell comes into the weekend second on East Central in average, batting .306, trying to keep it above the 300 threshold. He's 0 for 1. It's dropped to .301 as Mansell takes a fastball at the knees. Strike 2. Mansell squared to bunt, pulled the bat back. I think he disagrees with the call, but not a democracy, as there's 3 guys around home plate. Just a dictatorship. Home plate umpire says strike, and the count goes to 1-2. Tack looking for his 5th K, and to end the inning, just misses outside. The slider an inch off the plate as hollers resound from the Henderson State dugout. They thought Tack had his 5th K of the day. He'll have another chance here, 2-2. He's got it! Strike 3 called. Tack goes back to numero uno. Fastball, strike 3 looking. Second time Mansell has gone down without a fight today. Henderson State 10, East Central nothing. We go to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. The Reddies bat in the bottom of the 6th. It'll be C.J. Hughes digging in. Hughes was a defensive replacement in the top of the 6th as he replaced Caden Argenbright at 3rd. He replaces him in the order, batting 4th. So Hughes digs in for the first time today and leaves one low. East Central uses Gage Wall on the mound. Wall entered with 2 outs and the bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th, but got Myers to strike out looking to end the threat. 1-0 coming to the senior Hughes. He chops it left side. Rosario, the shortstop, ranges to his right, gathers in a head-high hop, and throws out Hughes by 2 steps. Nice play by Rosario. And Hughes is retired 6-3 to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. So Hughes bats for the first time and makes way for Turner Pentecost, who also digs in, not only for the first time today, but for the first time this season. And not only for the first time this season, but for the first time in his career. Actually, looking back on Pentecost's profile, Pentecost, one of 13 seniors being honored today here at senior weekend at Clyde Berry Field. Pentecost takes on the outer edge 0-1, make it 1-1. Pentecost slips into the order in the number 5 spot, where Matthew Baker started the day, DHing. Pentecost facing the 1-1 and takes low 2-1 from East Central's right-hander Gage Wall. East Central has used 3 pitchers. Spencer Johnson got the start. He's in line for the loss. He gave off to Davis Rogers, and now Gage Wall. The Reddies have only used 1. Spencer Tack has had a stellar start as Pentecost grounds it left side off the chest of the third baseman Whitaker. And that will be ruled a hit for Turner Pentecost. So Turner Pentecost batting a clean 1,000 as the Reddies have a 1-out base runner in the bottom of the 6th. Josh Aguilar digs in. Aguilar 1 for 3. One of the few remaining starters left in the game for the Reddies. Henderson State has made a lot of substitutions, up 10-0 in the bottom of the 6th. As Aguilar has another base hit, a single to the right side as Pentecost stops at second. The right fielder Lemons has trouble with it, and this will be ruled an error as Pentecost takes third. Lemons just had some butterfingers. It was sitting right in front of him out in right field and just couldn't get his palm on the pearl. Pentecost takes third. Aguilar stays at first, and the Reddies have runners on the corners with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Another pinch hitter for the Reddies. This is Avery Davis. Davis digs in. This is his first at-bat of the season. Swing and a miss as Davis swings over the top of a venomous breaking ball from the right-hander Wall. Pentecost on third. Aguilar on first. 1 out, bottom of the 6th. Henderson State up 10-0 over the visiting East Central Tigers. 0-1. Davis reaches out, sends it high in the air, deep to right field. Going back, Lemons makes a leaping catch in front of the warning track. Pentecost tags at third and trots home to score Henderson State's 11th run of the game. So Avery Davis does a good job, does the job, and gets the RBI as Pentecost burns a few calories on his jog home from third. Henderson State has scored in all but 1 inning. The Reddies with 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, 1 so far in the 6th. Henderson State's only window frame on the scoreboard out in right field is in the third. Reddies were retired in order, but other than that, it's been a buffet for Henderson State as Daniel Colasanto swings and misses at a fastball above the zone and lost his bat in the process. Colasanto asks for a little pine tar and sprays down the bat and the batting gloves. Colasanto just lost the handle there, but luckily threw it in the direction where nobody was spectating. Colasanto digs back in after a few laughs. 0-1 to Colasanto. Aguilar leads off of first with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Colasanto has already put together a memorable day here in the Game 1 of a Saturday doubleheader and the Game 1 of senior weekend. Colasanto 2 for 3. His homer in the bottom of the 4th was a 2-run shot. Brought home Bryson Haskins. It made it 6-0 Reddies. It was Colasanto's 2nd home run of the year, 2nd home run of his career. Colasanto bats behind 0-2 in the count as Wall misses outside 1-2. Colasanto entered the weekend a .309 career hitter for a guy who started his career in the developmental program for the Reddies. Talk about a guy who has started at the bottom of the totem pole and worked his way up to the top. 1-2 to Colasanto. That runs inside, and that hits Colasanto on the shin pad on the front right leg of the lefty hitter. The pitcher, Wall, pounds his glove in frustration. He was ahead 1-2, but Henderson State now has 2 on and 2 out as Aguilar moves to second. In the bottom of the 6th, Colasanto now has reached safely 3 of 4 trips to the plate, and Jake Dunn is looking to stay perfect with the bat in his hand. Dunn already 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored. He's worked a walk as well and takes a strike from Wall. Henderson State leads 11-0, bottom of the 6th inning. Aguilar on second, Colasanto on first. 2 on, 2 out for the right-handed hitting Dunn. Takes a fastball inside, 1-1. An ominous-looking sky. Dark clouds surrounding Clyde-Berry Field. We got about a half an inch of rainfall yesterday. No rain in the forecast today, but that could obviously changes. Dunn, a swinging bunt down the third base line, and he is safe. Aguilar moves to third, Colasanto to second. Henderson State's 2nd swinging bunt that results in an infield single. Jake Dunn is 3 for 3 today as the Reddies load the bases once more for Danny Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. dug in with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th, but grounded into a double play. 3-2 as Shaper Cotter stepped on first, threw home, and the tag was applied to Bryson Haskins as the force out was taken off the board as Shaper Cotter had stepped on first before throwing home. So Mitchell Jr. digs in. Reddies up 11-0 in the bottom of the 6th. Mitchell Jr. started 2 for 2. He's now 2 for 4. The senior left fielder, 2 runs scored, an RBI triple. Brought home Jake Dunn in the bottom of the 2nd. The Reddies lead in the bottom of the 6th, 11-0. 0-1 to Mitchell Jr. Tailing fastball outside, 1-1 from Wall. Wall has completed 1 total inning. He got the last out of the bottom of the 5th, entering with the bases loaded. He has gotten 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th, but he has allowed 3 hits, 1 run. It was unearned. Hasn't walked anybody. Struck out 1 Reddy. Mitchell Jr. out in front waves and misses, and the count goes to 1-2. Mitchell Jr. 15 ribbies, counting the one earlier today. RBI opportunity with the bases loaded. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. 1-2 from Wall. Mitchell Jr. strike 3 called. He can't believe the decision from the home plate umpire as Wall gets the call on the breaking ball inside corner at the knees of Mitchell Jr. Second time Mitchell Jr. has come up empty with the bases loaded. Henderson State leads 11-0. We'll go to the top of the 7th inning. Spencer Tack looking to continue his stellar start when we come back. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. Henderson State makes more changes in the field as we go to the top of the 7th. Avery Davis plays left. Mitchell Jr. moves over from left to play center. Shake Dunn stays in right as Spencer Tack misses with the fastball low and outside to East Central's leadoff hitter here in the top of inning number 7. This is Colton Shaper-Cotter. Shaper-Cotter 0 for 2 today. 2-0 from Tack. Tack has been excellent so far. Tack, 6 innings of work, has allowed just 1 hit. It was to Caleb Shore with 2 outs in the top of the 4th inning. He's walked 2, struck out 5 as Shaper-Cotter is jammed and fouls it off in the direction of Henderson State's dugout down the third base line. Tack has allowed just 3 base runners, putting together one of the best starts of his career here at Henderson State. 2-1, swing and a miss. Shaper-Cotter cannot catch up to the fastball. That reaches the mid-90s for Spencer Tack. Tack is looking to put together, looking to really finish his 3rd straight quality start. This is already quality. 6 innings of work, no earned runs allowed. 2-2, swing and a miss! Spencer Tack fights back from a 2-0 count. Foul ball, strike swinging. Tack blows the fastball by Shaper-Cotter. He's got 6 Ks here in the weekend opener. Henderson State leads 11-0 as East Central bats in the top of the 7th. 1 out, nobody on the base paths. Caleb Shore digs in, the lone hit for the Tigers. He's 1 for 2 as he just nibbles a piece of the pearl, fouls it straight down into foul territory. Henderson State has made wide-scale changes in the field. Only 4 players remain at their positions from the start of this game. Tack, one of those, starting on the mound. Aguilar Behind the plate, Colasanto at second and Jake Dunn in right field. Everybody has either been moved around or replaced. 0-1, 0-2. Venomous from Spencer Tack. Caleb Shore swinging over the top of the slider. Tack looking for back-to-back Ks to start the top of the 7th. 0-2 from Tack. He wastes one down low in the turf. 1-2. If Tack retires Shore, he would complete 6 2/3 innings of work. That would tie his career long for an outing. As Shore checks his swing, strike called regardless. Tack has his 7th K. He has the 20th out of the day recorded, and Tack takes the words out of my mouth. He equals his longest start of his career, which came in his last start here at Clyde-Berry Field back on April 3rd. He went 6 2/3 against Southern Arkansas, 6 2/3 so far today. 1 hit by East Central as Whitaker swings and misses at another slider outside the zone. So Tack looking for his longest start of his career with 1 more out. Whitaker off kilter, off balance. Tack again gets the swing and a miss. Tack is dealing. 0-2. Tack looking to strike out the side. Chopper, left side, charging the third baseman Hughes. He gloves it at the head, throws across the diamond. This ball game is over. The Reddies run rule the Tigers in 7 innings, 11-0. Henderson State takes game 1 of the weekend. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. The Reddies swarmed the East Central Tigers in Game 1 of the Saturday doubleheader and Game 1 of the weekend series. The Reddies win 11-1 in the Saturday starter. Spencer Tack, complete game, 7 innings, as the Reddies run rule the Tigers. Tigers managed just 1 hit in 7 innings. The Reddies have their season high 17 hits and score 11 runs and get off on the right foot in a big way in Game 1 of the doubleheader. The Reddies will give the ball to Blake Patterson to start Game 2 of the doubleheader. And if you're wondering or thinking it's been a while since you saw Blake Patterson start a ball game for the Reddies, then you would be right. Patterson making the 4th start of his career, his first start since 2016. That was one of the best seasons Patterson has put together in the red and gray. Patterson went 3-4 that year. He made 25 appearances, 3 starts for the Reddies, and he'll make a start for HSU here in Game 2 of Saturday's doubleheader. The Reddies trying to sweep Saturday and take the series as Patterson deals to Garrett Lemons. First pitch of game number 2, swung on, popped to shallow center field. Joe Myers, the shortstop, backs up into left center and makes the play. Patterson, 1 pitch, 1 out in the top of the first. So Patterson with the most efficient start possible, as Lemons is retired on just 1 pitch from Patterson. This will bring up Dylan Manziel. He swings at the first pitch as well, but comes up empty. 0-1. Henderson State keeping the lineup almost identical to Game 1. The only change defensively, Corbin Sestinas behind the plate, taking over for Josh Aguilar. He frames the fastball, but Patterson misses just outside. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Base paths empty. Top of the first, scoreless ball game. The right-handed Mansell waits and takes outside, skips off the glove of the catcher Sestinas and hits the netting behind home plate, but no issue, as once again the base paths are empty. Reddies won Game 1 of the doubleheader 11-0. We start Game 2 on a cloudy Saturday afternoon. Patterson rears back and throws the fastball by Mansell. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mansell 0 for 2. Worked a walk in Game 1 for the Tigers. 2-2 from B-Pat. Mansell gets a piece, fouled off, ricocheted back near the batter's box, and Mansell, the batter, underhands it to Henderson State's head coach Alan Hall in the Reddies dugout. Wind blowing out to right field. It was 57 degrees at first pitch of Game 1 of the doubleheader, 62 degrees at first pitch of Game 2. 2-2. Breaking ball stays upstairs, helmet high from Patterson to Mansell. Payoff pitch coming up. 3-2 the count. 3-2-1. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Base is empty. East Central trying to get the game's first base runner, and they have it. Mansell walks with 1 out in the top of the first. And the main ingredient that has been plaguing Blake Patterson's last few outings has made an early appearance. Patterson the last few outings, the walks have been really the big issue. Patterson has gave up 3 walks in 4 innings against Arkansas Tech last time out last weekend, and not only the walks, but it's been the home runs as well. Patterson has given up 4 home runs in his last 3 outings that have lasted only 10 combined innings. So Henderson State moving things around a little bit. This is Patterson's first start of the season, first start since back in 2016 as East Central's 3-hitter, Carter Shaper, Fouls off the first pitch of the at-bat, and Patterson checks on Mansell at first. 0-1 the count. 1 out, 1 on. Top of the first. Scoreless ball. Game another check from Patterson to Stevens. Patterson likely will serve as the opener. Henderson State's bullpen already active with 1 out in the top of the first. Swung on, just fouled off the end of the bat. Patterson ahead 0-2. So I said walks have been an issue for Patterson. He's walked 12 batters in 19 innings pitched this season. As he comes set and once again checks on Mansell, who slides back safely to first base. Mansell attempted a steal in Game 1 of the doubleheader. He was thrown out by Josh Aguilar trying to steal second with 1 out in the top of the 4th inning as Patterson misses with the 0-2. Colton Shaper-Coffer, East Central's 3-hole hitter and first baseman, a lefty hitter, bats with Mansell leading off first. 1-2, that's neck high. 2 balls and 2 strikes now from Patterson. Patterson enters the ball game having completed 19 innings, 6.16 ERA, 2-0. This is his 11th appearance, but his first start of the year. 2-2. Shaper-Cotter in front, but just gets a piece and fouls it back. It's the 3rd foul ball off the bat of Shaper-Cotter that's just been nibbled off the aluminum. Long battle here between Patterson and Shaper-Cotter. Another 2-2. Breaking ball runs inside, gets away, and they're actually going to say that hit Shaper-Cotter as Patterson came inside on the 2-2, and after getting Lemons to pop out on the first pitch of the inning, Patterson walks Mansell and hits Shaper-Cotter with a pitch, and Patterson was ahead on both guys. Got ahead of Mansell, got ahead of Shaper-Cotter, but East Central has 2 base runners in the top of the first. Tigers looking for their first hit and to score their first run of the day. They were shut out 11-0 in Game 1 of the doubleheader. First pitch taken high, ball 1 by Caleb Shore. Shore 1 for 3 in Game 1 of the doubleheader. That was the only hit for the East Central Tigers. High and outside, Patterson behind 2-0. Mansell on second, Shaper-Cotter on first. East Central looking to score the game's first run in the top of inning number 1. Even alignment for the Reddies fielders. 2-0 from B-Pat. Swing and a miss. Shore chases what looked like ball 3. Fastball below the knees, but Shore swings away and swings over the top. Count goes to 2-1 to Shore, East Central's cleanup man and designated hitter. Patterson comes set. The right-hander from Benton, Arkansas, comes to the plate. Hit hard but foul as Shore grounds it to the left side of the third base line. Argan Bright, the freshman third baseman out of Sulphur Springs, Texas. Quick first step over, but slows his momentum after realizing that ball was foul. Count started 2-0. It's now 2-2. 2 on. Mansell on second, Shaper-Cotter on first. 0-0 ball game. Patterson. Breaking ball. Strike 3 called. Shore lets the breaking ball by him, and Patterson has his first strikeout of the day after walking Mansell and hitting Shaper-Cotter. So Patterson looking to work out of some trouble after working into it pop-up, walk, hit by pitch, strikeout looking for Patterson so far in the top of the first is Cordell Bowie. Digs in and takes a fastball for a strike at the knees. Bowie plays third in the doubleheader here on a chilly Saturday afternoon in mid-April. Bowie bats fifth, splits the Tigers' order. 0-1, Mansell takes off. Throw down to third by Sestinas. Mansell slides in safely, just gets under the tag of Caden Argenbright. Count goes to 1-1 as Patterson's pitch missed. Shaper Cotter, who was at first base, did not take off behind Mansell, so he stays at first. So second base still an option for the force out with runners on the corners and 2 outs here in the top of the first. 0-0 ball game. Bowie trying to change that. 1-1 from Patterson. Fastball misses outside. 2-1. So besides the pitcher, just one defensive change for East Central. Bowie plays third as Patterson gets the strike called. 2-2 now the count. The third baseman in Game 1 was Christian Whitaker, but Whitaker will start Game 2 in the dugout for the time being. Patterson trying to end the inning. 2-2 to Bowie. Hit hard right at Colasanto. The second baseman goes to one knee and catches the line drive. So 2 stranded by the Tigers in the top of the first. Colasanto, the second baseman, flashes the leather, helps his pitcher Patterson, and Henderson State will look to strike first when we come back. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. We're on the campus of Henderson State University. We're in the bottom of the first. This is Game 2 of our Saturday doubleheader. The Reddies won Game 1 with a dominant 11-0 performance behind Spencer Tack. Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in to lead off the bottom of the first here in Game 2 of our Saturday set. Mitchell Jr. 2 for 5 in Game 1. Scored 2 runs, had an RBI triple that brought home Jake Dunn. And he will face Justin Chitty, who starts Mitchell Jr. with a strike. Mitchell Jr. appeared to square and give East Central a little bit to think about. Maybe a possible bunt for Mitchell Jr., but pulls the bat back. 0-1 to Mitchell Jr. Now 1-1 from Chitty as he misses with the fastball just outside the zone. Chitty wears number 30, 6'1", redshirt freshman out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. He's a right-handed hurler. 1-1 to Mitchell Jr. Lifted left field. Butler going to have to make a long run, and he makes the play, heading towards the left field corner, running in the direction of the Great American Conference sign near the 340 number on the left field foul pole. So Butler makes a nice play to chase down the opposite field fly ball from Danny Mitchell Jr. Mitchell Jr. started the afternoon 2 for 2. He's been retired in 4 straight at-bats as Grayson Stevens digs in, as the Reddies and the Tigers are knotted up 0-0, bottom of the first, bases empty. 1 out for Stevens as he takes the fastball outside. 1-0 from Chitty. Breaking ball stays above the zone. 2-0. Chitty enters with an 0-3 record. This is his 7th appearance, his 2nd start. He's got a 10.95 ERA, 12 1/3 innings completed this season, 15 earned runs given up. 2-0 to Stevens. Fastball called, strike 1. Chitty has walked 7 batters in 12 1/3 coming in. He struck out just 4, so not known for the K. Reddies should be able to get a lot of contact today. 2-1 to Stevens. That's taken ball 3 as Barnes, the catcher, tries to butterfly block it. It gets away from him and skips to the right side of the batter's box, but no issue for the backstop Barnes as the Reddies bat with 1 out in the bottom of the first. Bases are empty. Grayson Stevens, a multi-hit game in game 1 of the doubleheader. 2 for 3, couple of RBIs. Stevens works a walk on 5 pitches, takes fastball outside. Stevens works his 7th free pass of the season, as the Reddies have a 1-out base runner in the bottom of the first. Stevens with his 2 for 3 game in game 1 of the doubleheader. That was Stevens' 15th multi-hit game of the season in 28 games, so he's got 2 or more hits in more than half of Henderson State's games, which is one of the many reasons Stevens entered the weekend batting .333 and entered game 2 of the weekend series batting .342. Joe Myers digs in, takes low. 1-0. Swings, lifts this one deep to right field. Going back, the right fielder Lemons looking up. This ball is gone. Joe Myers has a 2-run home run. Joe Myers has his 19th home run of his career. That ties him for 9th all-time with Cody Deal, Ross Montgomery, and Greg Latasha. So Joe Myers again moving up and into the top 10 in the record book in program history. He moves past Kendall Norman for 5th all-time in total bases, and he ties Jeremy Sauceda for, still behind Jeremy Sauceda with 95 RBIs, needs 2 more to tie Sauceda. And Reddies lead 2-0, so Myers flips his script. The Reddies lead 2-0 in the bottom of the first. Myers went 0 for 4 and struck out 3 times in game 1 of the doubleheader, a game in which the Reddies had 17 hits, but he changes his fortune as Caden Argenbright lifts one to deep left center field. It's going to one-hop the wall, and Caden Argenbright will roll into second for his 11th double of the season and his 2nd 2-bagger of the day. Caden Argenbright stays scorching hot, and he goes opposite field. The lefty batter goes to left center, and the Reddies, already up 2-0, have a runner in scoring position in the bottom of the first inning. So again, Myers with a 2-run home run, 95 RBIs in his career, 2 more to tie Sauceda for 7th. That was his 19th home run, tied for 9th all-time with 3 other Reddies. He's now 5th all-time in total bases, passing Kendall Norman, who played here from 2008 to 2011. So Myers continues to tick his way up in the Reddies records books as Henderson State looks to do some more damage in the bottom of the first. Caden Argenbright leads off of second base. Corbin Sestinas, the freshman catcher out of Coral Springs, Florida, digs in and takes a breaking ball for a strike. 0-1. Sestinas did not play in game 1 of today's doubleheader. Opening day of the weekend given to Josh Aguilar. Aguilar the senior and Sestinas the freshman, so Henderson State's backstops alternating and very much different in classification as Sestinas lines this to left center. Butler, the left fielder, moves to his left in the left center field and makes a striding basket catch. Butler appeared to overrun that ball a little bit. Sestinas really tagged that baseball, but just hung up in the air a second longer than Sestinas wanted it to, and Butler makes the play for the second out of the inning. Reddies up 2-0 on Joe Myers' 2-run home run. Matthew Baker takes outside 1-0. The Reddies playing a little professional ball in the bottom of the first. MLB these days is built on drawing walks and hitting homers. That's what the Reddies have done in the bottom of the first. Reddies got a walk to Stevens, and Myers brought him home with a round tripper. Argenbright stands on second after his one-out double. Matthew Baker waits on the 1-0 and takes another fastball outside 2-0 from East Central's starter Justin Chitty. Henderson State's starter Blake Patterson allowed a walk and hit a batter in the top of the first, but induced a lineout to end the inning. 2-0 to Baker. That's outside 3-0. Baker DHing in both games of our doubleheader here today on Saturday. He was 5th in the order in Game 1. He bats 6th in the order in Game 2. First base is empty. Argenbright on second, 3-0. Outside, ball 4, and Baker will stroll down to first and occupy the bag. So 2 walks issued by Chitty here in the bottom of the first, and Bryson Haskins will try to extend the Reddies' 2-0 lead. Henderson State got their pair on a 2-run home run from Joe Myers. It was the 9th home run of the season by Myers. That is the team lead, and the 33rd RBI for the senior as he brought home Haskins, who stood on first. That is also the team lead. Haskins, the Reddies center fielder and 7-hitter, takes a breaking ball for a strike at the knees, 0-1. 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the first. Reddies up 2-zip. Argenbright on second, Baker on first. 0-1 to Haskins. Swung on, laced into left field. Argenbright turns around third. The throw incoming from Butler. It's cut off by the third baseman, Bowie. No throw home. Argenbright scores standing up, and the Reddies add one more run in the bottom of the first. They lead 3-0 on Bryson Haskins' RBI single to left field. Baker, who stood on first, moves to second, and the Reddies' threat continues for Daniel Colasanto, who was in the MVP debate for Game 1 of the doubleheader. Colasanto went 2 for 3, had a 2-run home run, and had 4 RBI for HSU. Colasanto takes fastball outside corner, strike 1. Colasanto was probably the Reddies' best batter, had the most RBIs for Henderson State, as the Reddies won 11-0, but Spencer Tack definitely putting his name in the MVP candidacy as well. Tack, 7 innings, 1 hit allowed. It was a complete game as the Reddies run-ruled the Tigers 11-0 in 7 innings as Colasanto takes outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 out, 2 on. Baker on second, Haskins on first. Reddies up 3-0. Backdoor breaking ball stays on the back porch, 2-1. Reddies started the inning with a fly out by Mitchell Jr., then was walk, homer, double, fly out, walk, single. 3 runs on 3 hits. Colasanto looking to keep the line moving. Slow roller to the second baseman, George. He waits on it, gathers it up, and fires to first to get Colasanto for 3. So the Reddies strand 2, but they score 3 on 3 hits. We'll go to the second inning. Henderson State up 3-0 over the visiting Tigers of East Central. You're listening to Henderson State Baseball on the Reddies Radio Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. The Reddies score 3 in the bottom of the first. We go to the top of the second. Blake Patterson, making his first start in 5 years, remains on the bump for the Reddies. He misses with the fastball outside to East Central's Michael Rosario. Rosario batting 6th and playing 6th. He plays the shortstop position, 6 in your scorebooks, as Rosario lifts the 1-0 up and out of play behind the East Central dugout down the first baseline. Rosario had a tough day at the plate in Game 1 of Saturday's doubleheader. Rosario came to the plate twice and struck out twice. Patterson into his motion. 1-1. Fastball. Strike 2. Nice pitch from B-Pat. Patterson using 2 primary pitches, fastball, curveball. Fastball in the high 80s, 86, 87. He'll reach back and touch 88, 89. Curveball in the mid 70s. Fastball again, opposite batter's box. Easy take for Rosario. 2-2 the count. Rosario leading off the top of the second. Nobody out, nobody on for the Tigers. Reddies in front 3-zip. As Rosario has East Central's first hit of the day. This is a batting cage line drive, returned to sender, right back up the middle. Takes one hop in shallow center field after it was a frozen rope right over the second base bag. No chance for Myers at short or Colasanto at second. So East Central got their first and only hit of Game 1 of the doubleheader in the 4th. They don't have to wait quite as long here in Game 2 of the Saturday twin billing. Rosario leads off first after his first hit of the weekend. Patterson misses above the belt to Tanner Barnes, East Central's catcher. Barnes 0 for 2 in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Again, East Central only 1 hit. That was from Caleb Shore. In the doubleheader, Spencer Tack went 7 innings, walked 2, struck out 7 batters. Tack's outing in Game 1, his longest of his career. The previous outing was his longest at the time, so Tack's last 2 outings have been his 2 longest of his career, as Patterson gets the call with the breaking ball. 1-1 count goes to 1-2 as Barnes, the left-handed hitter, and the catcher digs back in, with Rosario leading off of first. Patterson looking for his second strikeout. Instead, he throws to first, checks on Rosario. Rosario, definitely a threat to steal, tied for the team lead in stolen bases with 5. Mansell, the center fielder, also has got 5 swipes on the season. 1-2 from Patterson. Hammered, right field and deep. Dunn over to make a sliding play, but he can't pick it off the turf. And East Central has 2 base runners with nobody out in the top of the second. That is a base hit for Barnes. Off the bat, I thought that was going to be closer to the right field line for the left-handed hitting Barnes. But Dunn could not make the play in right. And East Central has runners on first and second with nobody out in the top of inning number 2. The Tigers got runners on the corners in inning number 1, but stranded them. Patterson misses high and outside to Kaji Butler. 1-0. Henderson State's bullpen has remained active as Patterson's been has made his first start since 2016, so not expecting for Patterson to go all that long, but he does have 3 or 4 innings in him if he can find some mojo. Butler behind the 1-0, now 1-1 as he fouls it out of play. Patterson walked a batter and hit a guy in the top of the first. East Central got runners on the corners, but Patterson induced a lineout from Bowie to the second baseman Colasanto to end the threat. 1-1 to Butler. Butler squares to bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes ball. 2-1 the count as the catcher Sestinas pops out of his catcher's crouch, possibly to throw behind Rosario at second or Barnes at first, but he keeps the pearl in the palm as the Tigers looking to threaten. ECU did not get 2 base runners on the base paths at any time in game 1 of the doubleheader. They've already got 2 runners on in both innings here in game 2 as Butler has a base hit and Haskins has trouble with it in center field. 1 run will score. Rosario comes home to score from second. Barnes goes to third, and Butler winds up on second. That looked like a single off the bat. Haskins had trouble with it in center field, and it was because he slipped on the outfield turf, so that is going to be ruled a double for Butler. And East Central has 3 straight hits to start the top of the second. Single by Rosario, single by Barnes, and a double for Butler. East Central can tie the game with 1 swing of the bat as Hayden George bats and takes a breaking ball, venomous curveball from Patterson at the knees, 0-1. Runners on second and third, still nobody out, top of the second, Reddies in front, 3-1. East Central 3 hits in the inning already as Patterson misses high with the curve. East Central 1 hit in game 1 of the doubleheader, 3 hits here in the second inning. Patterson looking in, comes to the plate, 1-1. Strike call. Fastball right at the knees of George. Count goes to 1-2. Barnes on third, Butler on second. So Rosario, Barnes, and Butler 5, 6, 7, 8 in the lineup. Single, single, double. 1-2 to George. Checked his swing. Did not offer at it. Count goes to 2-2 as Sestinas, the catcher, slides to his right and blocks a lively curveball. And he keeps Barnes at third and Butler at second. George tied for third on the team with 15 ribbies. Looking for 16 and 17 here. And Patterson runs in the 2-2 and George is hit on the hip. He tried to turn out of the way but never had a chance. Patterson sends George to first base, and the bases are loaded for East Central in the top of the second. We will have a mound visit. Cody Hooten to the hill. Nobody out. Bases loaded for the Tigers when we come back on the Henderson State Sports Network. So Blake Patterson gets a mound visit from his head coach Cody Hooten, but his outing will continue. He worked into trouble in the first, got out of it. East Central has 1 in the top of the third so far. Bases loaded, still nobody out as the order resets. Garrett Lemons digs in. Takes a fastball for a strike from Patterson. East Central, got to give him credit. Patterson's looked pretty sharp. East Central's just hit good pitching. Patterson, though, has hit 2 batters. Allowed a walk, so he's given up some free passes as the 0-1 is sent right side. Colasanto goes to second and gets George, who slides to second 1 tick late. Good job by Colasanto, who's ranging to his left, but turned and got at least 1 lead runner. That will score a run as Lemons brings home Barnes from third. And East Central has made it a one-run game, now 3-2 here in the top of the second. Reddies got 3 in the bottom of the first. Tigers with 2 here in the top of the second so far. The threat continues as Dylan Mansell digs in with runners on the corners. Butler on third, Lemons on first. Reddies looking to turn the double play and stay in front. Patterson gets the curveball, strike 1, outside corner. Reddies hosting Saturday senior weekend doubleheader. Reddies honoring 13 seniors this weekend. Got off to a great start in game 1 of Saturday's doubleheader, winning 11-0. Patterson misses with the curveball as Mansell squared to bunt, pulls the bat back. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out in a one-run ball game. Henderson stayed up 3-2 in the top of the second. East Central was shut out in game 1 of the doubleheader, only got 1 hit. They've got 2 runs already here in game 2. Mansell again squares to bunt, pushes it down the first base line. Mansell out at first as Patterson gloves it and flips it to Stevens, the first baseman, but Butler comes home to score from third. Lemons goes to second, so East Central trades a run for an out and ties the ball game in the top of the second. Patterson trying to keep it tied now as Colton Shaper-Cotter digs in with Lemons leading off of second base. 2 outs here in the top of the second. 3 runs on 3 hits for the Tigers in the inning as Shaper-Cotter takes the curveball above the belt. 1-0. East Central started the inning. 2 straight singles, then a RBI double hit by pitch, and then they've traded outs for runs on the last 2 batters. They've evened the ball game up 3-3, top of the second. 1-0 from Patterson. Chopped weakly, foul down the first base line. 1 ball and 1 strike to Shaper-Cotter, who was hit by a pitch in the first inning and was stranded at first. Patterson dealt with runners on the corners back in the first, but induced a line out to the second baseman Colasanto. Patterson has allowed 3 so far here in the top of the second. 1-1. Hit right side. It bounds right over the first base bag. Stevens, the first baseman, backhands it and beats Shaper-Cotter to first base for out number 3. The Tigers, though, score 3. We are tied 3-all. We'll go to the bottom of the second. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clyde Berry Field. It looked like the Reddies were about to run away with Game 2 of Saturday's doubleheader. The Reddies won Game 1 11-0. They led after 1 inning 3-0, but East Central with 3 in the top of the second. The Reddies bat in the bottom of inning number 2 is Jake Dunn, Henderson State's right fielder and 9-hole hitter, gets set to dig in. Dunn got his first start of the season in Game 1 of today's doubleheader and answered the call. Dunn went 3 for 3, scored a pair of runs and walked. So he reached safely all 4 times, takes the first pitch for a strike and can't hold up on the 0-1 breaking ball. 0-2 to Dunn. East Central's pitcher Justin Chitty out for his second inning of work after allowing 3 runs in the bottom of the first. 0-2. Dunn does check this time, keeps the bat back on the breaking ball. 1-2 as Barnes, the catcher, moves to his right and blocks the plate. One-two to Dunn. Outside, 2-2. Dunn, like I said, made his first start of the season in Game 1. Had only logged 2 previous at-bats all year, primarily used as a pinch runner, but filling the void out in right field as Alec Lewis is unavailable this weekend. Still dealing with a lower body injury. The Reddies hope to get Lewis back for the stretch run of the season. The Reddies will play 3 more series after this one, but this is the last weekend the Reddies will play at home, at least until the postseason. So this is senior weekend at Clydeberry Fields. The Reddies will play their last 9 of the regular season on the road. 2-2 to Dunn. Breaking ball, again, taken low and outside. Dunn was behind 0-2 and looked out of sorts early in his at-bat, but has fought back and has forced the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes in a 3-3 ball game. Bottom of the second, Dunn leads off. Nobody out, nobody on for the Reddies. Dunn tries to become a base runner. And we'll do another 3-2 as Dunn was late to the party. Fouls it off and out of play. So, obviously a very small sample size for Dunn, but he's loving looking at that average right now, which is sitting at 600. Came into the weekend 0 for 2 on the season, 3 for 3 in Game 1 of the doubleheader. 3-2. A looping line drive dies in shallow left center field. A dying quail off the bat of Jake Dunn, and the right fielder out of the boot, out of Brusley, Louisiana, stays perfect on the day. 4 for 4 with the bat. He's also walked. Henderson State getting some big at-bats from Jake Dunn. Again, the Reddies missing their starting right fielder Alec Lewis, but Dunn filling the void and filling it well as Dunn leads off first. Dunn runs well. Again, always uses a pinch runner for the Reddies as Mitchell Jr. digs in and takes outside 1-0. Henderson State hosting East Central. This is the second game of the Saturday doubleheader, second game of the 3-game weekend series. Reddies, after winning Game 1, evened up their record in GAC play, now 11-11 in conference contests, as the pitcher Chitty checks on Dunn at first base. Dunn slides back safely. East Central's tough 2021 continued. East Central came into the weekend 4-23. They are now 4-24. 4-18 in GAC play. Dunn takes off to first, swung on, belted to deep right center field. Looking up, the center fielder Mansell, and this ball is gone. Danny Mitchell Jr. belts his 5th home run of the season. That is his sweet 16th RBI of 2021. Mitchell Jr. makes it a 5-3 ball game. His 2-run shot breaks a 3-3 tie. That is the Reddies' second 2-run home run in the first 2 innings of this ball game. Joe Myers went yard in the bottom of the first. Myers brought home Stevens. Mitchell Jr. brings home Dunn, and the Reddies back out in front 5-3 in the bottom of the second. Still nobody retired as Grayson Stevens digs in and takes a fastball for a strike from Chitty. 0-1, swung on, pounded to the first baseman Shaper Cotter. He ducks to a knee and backhands it, stealing a base hit from Stevens. Great play by Shaper Cotter. He flashes the leather and beats Stevens to the bag for the first out here in the bottom of the second. Joe Myers flipped his script with a 2-run home run in the first inning. Myers was 0 for 4 in game 1 of the doubleheader, struck out 3 times, but homered in the bottom of the first. That home run in the first off the bat of Myers made it 2-0. The Reddies would add one more in the inning when Haskins brought home Argenbright with a single to left field. Myers swings and misses at the 0-1, now 0-2. Bases empty, 1 out. Reddies lead 5-3, bottom of inning number 2. Myers' home run in the first was his 19th of his career, and he may have another one. This is deep to left field. Butler back to the track and makes the play just in front of the wall. That's the second time Myers has sent an East Central outfielder to the warning track today. Sent Mansell back to the center field wall in game 1. He sends Butler to the left field wall, but the Pearl just runs out of gasoline, and Myers flies out to deep left for the second out of the bottom of the second inning. Reddies up 5-3 as Caden Argenbright bats and takes low 1-0. Argenbright came into the weekend leading the Reddies in average, batting .354, and that has increased. He digs in, batting .369. Argenbright fouls off the 1-1, the 1-0, now 1-1. Argenbright doubled to left center field, one hop the wall in the first, and scored on Haskins' RBI single to left. Argenbright now 11 doubles on the season. That leads the Reddies and is top 5 in the GAC. Argenbright, the poster boy of consistency, hit .355 last season, came into the weekend, like I said, batting .354, and he's got another base hit. Baltimore chops it over the head of the pitcher Justin Chitty, and it bounds into center field. Argenbright threw some eyes on that ground ball and has a 2-out single in the bottom of the second inning. Baltimore chop, referring, I think, to the Orioles home stadium back in the days of Brooks Robinson when there was cement underneath the turf. So a lot of the speedy infielders for the Orioles would just hit it straight down, and kind of like Willie Mays Hayes for Major League, they just hit it straight down, and the choppers would go so high in the air they could beat out infield singles because the infielders had to wait so long for the baseball to come back to the turf as the throw goes down to first base behind Caden Argenbright, who slides back safely. So Argenbright leads off first in the bottom of the second. Corbin Sestinas, who lined out to left field in the first, digs in with 2 outs and Argenbright on first in the bottom of the second. And he's got another line drive and another one right at an orange jersey. The third baseman, Bowie, snow cones it. Sestinas, second time today, he has barreled the ball up, but nothing to show for it. He's 0 for 2. But more importantly, the Reddies take the lead in the bottom of the second. Henderson State goes ahead 5-3. Danny Mitchell Jr. goes yard for the 5th time this season. Henderson State goes to the 3rd in front of the Tigers. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. We go to the top of the third. This is our shortened game, just 7 innings. Here is we play the second half of our Saturday doubleheader. The first game of the doubleheader also just went 7 innings. The Reddies run-ruled the Tigers 11-0. This one's a bit closer so far. Henderson State up 5-3 as we go to the top of the third. Henderson State goes to the bullpen. Blake Patterson lasts 2 innings. Didn't expect Patterson to go all that long, considering Patterson was making his first start since 2016. Patterson gives up 3 earned runs on 3 hits. He leaves it for Ethan Perry, who pitches to Caleb Shore. Shore sees the first pitch, chops it to the shortstop Joe Myers. Myers backs up on it, gloves it head high, and throws a fireball across the diamond to retire Shore 6-3. 1 pitch, 1 out for Ethan Perry, who deals in the top of the third. Reddies lead 5-3. The Reddies led 3-0 after 1. Tigers scored a trio in the top of the second, but the Reddies responded immediately in the bottom of inning number 2 with a 2-run shot from Danny Mitchell Jr. Cordell Bowie digs in 0 for 1. He takes a fastball for a strike from Perry. Perry, the freshman out of Lone Star State from McKinney, Texas, is ahead 0-2 now on Bowie. Bowie hit it hard. Lined it right at the Reddy second baseman Daniel Colasanto. He was the 3rd out of the top of the first as he batted with runners on the corners. He bats here, 1 out, bases empty, 0-2. Late to the party. Bowie stays alive, though, fouls it off and out of play. Perry, 6-foot freshman out of McKinney, Texas. Perry was thrown to the wolves a little bit last weekend against Arkansas Tech. The Reddies did not have Spencer Tack available, so the freshman Perry got his first start of the season after coming out of the bullpen. In his first 10 appearances for Henderson State, he lasted just 1 inning, gave up 6 earned runs, as Caden Argenbright's diving attempt at third base is unsuccessful. Bowie grounds it into left field and has a 1-out single in the top of the third for the Tigers. Argenbright laid out to his left in the direction of the second base bag, but could not knock it down. And the Tigers have their 4th hit of the day and a base runner with 1 out in the top of the third, trailing by 2. So Rosario represents the tying run as the Tigers shortstop digs in. Takes the fastball outside, 1-0. Perry uses the fastball, the slider, and the changeup. Fastball in the mid-80s. Perry comes to the plate, 1-0, make it 1-1. Use the off-speed there. Rosario flipped his script in his first at-bat of Game 2 of the doubleheader. In Game 1, 0 for 2, 2 Ks, but singled and scored in the second for the Tigers. Bowie takes off, hit to the shortstop Myers, no play at second. He gets up and throws out Rosario at first. What a play by Joe Myers. Moved to his left, made a sliding play just behind second base. Bowie took off from first, slid into second, so Myers never had a chance to turn 2. But Perry, the pitcher, thankful that Myers could get at least 1, as Rosario is now 1 for 2, and Perry has 2 outs in the top of the third. Reddies in front 5-3 as Tanner Barnes digs in 1 for 1. He also singled and scored in the second inning. Myers, the shortstop, holding Bowie on second. Perry uses the slider, the backdoor breaking ball, to get in front, 0-1 to Barnes. Right-hander Perry pitching to the left-handed batter Barnes. Barnes just gets a piece, fouls it back and into the netting. 0-2. Perry, not known for the strikeout, but an opportunity here, ahead 0-2. Perry just 10 strikeouts in 19 innings pitched coming into this outing. Looking to end the inning with the K. Just misses above the belt. 1 and 2. So Perry, before lasting just 1 inning and giving up 6 earned runs on 5 hits last weekend at Arkansas Tech. The previous 4 outings for Perry, all of them out of the bullpen. The freshman had pitched a combined 6 innings while giving up just 3 hits and 1 walk. He did not allow a single run across those outings as he misses outside with the fastball, now 2 and 2 to the 8th hitter Barnes for the Tigers. So Perry, like I said, thrown to the Wolves a little bit with that start that would have gone to Spencer Tack, but he was not available. Perry's ERA was down in the mid-3s, about 3.50. Now it's 6.16, but Perry ends the inning, uses the slider to get Barnes to swing through. Barnes may have tipped that into the glove of the catcher Sestinas, but it does not matter. Sestinas squeezes the pearl, he oyster shells it, and the Reddies retain their 2-run lead. 5-3 Henderson State in front. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. We have a new East Central pitcher going to the mound as we start the bottom of the 3rd, with the Reddies leading 5-3. The Reddies chasing the starter Justin Chitty after 2 completed innings. Chitty giving up 6 hits, 5 runs, all earned, walked 2, didn't strike out already. Henderson State leads 5-3 as Matthew Baker digs in and leads off the bottom of the 3rd. The new pitcher is right-hander Brian Terry. He wears number 45, 6'2", redshirt freshman out of the Lone Star State. Baker takes the first pitch for a ball and swings at the 1-0. Now 1-1 after he was late. Fouls it into the netting behind home plate. Baker did not register an at-bat back in the 1st. He walked and was stranded on 2nd. 1-1 to Baker. Shuffles the feet out of the way as Terry runs it in. 3-1 now to Matthew Baker. Baker, the redshirt senior out of Rockwall, Texas. Swings and foul tips it into the glove of the catcher, Tanner Barnes. 2-2 now. Brian Terry making his 8th appearance, his 6th out of the bullpen. He's worked 11 1/3 innings so far. 2-2 to Baker, breaking ball. Baker stays alive, keeps the weight back, but just misses it off the bat. and out of play behind the netting behind the batter's box. Terry looking to start his outing with a K. Baker lifts this one to left center field. Butler, the left fielder, gets a good jump on it and makes the play for the first out of the bottom of the third. So Baker retired. He is 0 for 1, and he makes way in the batter's box for Bryson Haskins, who has had one heck of a day at the plate. Haskins digs in, 1 for 1 in game 2 of the doubleheader. He was 2 for 2 in game 1 of the doubleheader. Haskins bats with the Reddies in front, 5-3 in the bottom of inning number 3. 1 out, bases empty for the Reddies center fielder. Haskins swinging away, fouling it off, out of play. Haskins' average climbing today. Haskins a combined 3 for 3. His average started at 232. It's now at 259 as the center fielder has really started to pick the play up with a bat in hand in the second half of 2021. Haskins has always been great with the glove, but when he can become a formidable bat in your lineup, that really jumpstarts the top of the order. Haskins hitting 7th for the Reddies, and Henderson State's got really no easy outs this year. I mean, for instance, you got Daniel Colasanto. He's batting 8th right now. He's hitting 348 on the season. When you're 8 hitters hitting 348, that's a sign of a good lineup. As Haskins wears the 1-1, the breaking ball from Terry runs inside. Haskins turns out of the way, but is plunked and takes first with 1 out in the bottom of the third. So the Reddies have a 1-out base runner, up 5-3 as Haskins goes to first and makes way in the batter's box for Daniel Colasanto. Haskins right back on track. Haskins went a combined 1 for 9 last weekend against Arkansas Tech, but like I said, Haskins 3 for 3. Haskins has now reached safely all 5 trips to the plate, walked in game 1 and hit here in game 2. Daniel Colasanto, the lefty second baseman for the Reddies, swings and pulverizes this one to deep right center field. It one-hops Mansell, who cuts it off before it gets to the gap, and Haskins strolls to third easily. Daniel Colasanto has a 1-out single, and the Reddies have runners on the corners for Jake Dunn, who, much like Haskins before him, has not been retired during the Saturday doubleheader. Dunn 3 for 3 in game 1 with a walk, 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored here in game 2, and he will have opportunities for RBI when the mound visit being made by East Central is complete. And Henderson State's head coach Cody Hooten taking the opportunity to talk to his newfound right fielder Jake Dunn. Dunn made his first start of the season in game 1 of the doubleheader as Alec Lewis was unavailable today, nursing a lower body injury. And Dunn has responded in a big way. Dunn 3 for 3 in game 1, 1 for 1 in game 2, and Dunn, who has primarily been used as a pinch runner for the Reddies, showing what he can do with the bat in his hand, and will get another opportunity here as he bats with runners on the corners. And 1 out in the bottom of the third. Dunn a combined 4 for 4 in the doubleheader today, but still looking for his first RBI. He's got a good chance here. Haskins on third and Colasanto on first. The mound visit is complete as Brian Terry remains on the hill for the Tigers. Reddies again up 5-3, bottom of the third. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Haskins on third, Colasanto on first. Dunn squares to bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes an off-speed pitch for a strike. The Reddies got 3 in the first, 2 in the second. Henderson State scoring 4 of their 5 runs today off of home runs. 2-run shot from Myers, 2-run shot from Mitchell Jr. Terry off the rubber. Keeps the pearl in his hand, though. No throw over to first base as Colasanto slid back to the bag. Corner infielders playing on the base paths. Middle infielders playing for the double play. Terry trying to roll a ground ball. Dunn again squares to bunt. Pulls the bat back. East Central's dugout appealing to the home plate umpire. But Dunn pulls the bat back, and the count goes to 1-1. Dunn now checking the signs. He's got an instructional sheet built into his belt. Dunn digs back in. 1-1. Runners on the corners, 1 out for the Reddies, who bat in the bottom of the third, up 5-3. Dunn looking for his first RBI of the season. Pulls the bunt attempt back again as the pitch gets away from the catcher Barnes. Barnes makes a block to keep it in front. Colasanto takes second on the pitch, and the Reddies now have 2 stakes on the grill for Jake Dunn, who again is looking for his first RBI of the season. Dunn with just 2 at-bats coming into the weekend in 15 appearances, mostly used as a pinch runner. Dunn 4 for 4 so far combined, looking to go 5 for 5 and double the Reddies' lead with a base hit to the outfield. 2-1, low, kept in front by the catcher Barnes. That was an eyelash away from getting through the wickets of the catcher Barnes and running to the backstop, which would have given Bryson Haskins a chance to score from third. Barnes blocks it, but the count goes to 3-1. Good spot for Dunn with Haskins on third and Colasanto on second. 3-1, fastball, strike 2. Nice pitch from Terry, nibbles the knees of the Louisiana native, Jake Dunn. Dunn, the right-handed hitter. Waits on the 3-2. Swung on, just off the bat. Fouled straight back into the netting behind home plate. And will keep the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Reddy's got 3 in the bottom of the first. The Tigers answered with 3 of their own in the top of the third, but the Reddies got back in front with a 2-run home run from Danny Mitchell Jr. in the bottom of the second. The Reddies looking to add to their 5-3 lead with runners on second and third. Haskins waiting on the 3-2. Here it comes. That's low, ball 4. Dunn works the count full and works the walk. So Dunn unable to drive home a run, but he occupies a previously vacant first base. And they are loaded for Danny Mitchell Jr., who is already homered in this ball game. But Mitchell Jr. has been unsuccessful with the bases loaded, not only today but this season. Mitchell Jr. has not gotten a hit this year with the bases loaded, which is pretty shocking considering the quality hitter that Mitchell Jr. is. Mitchell Jr. back in game 1 of the doubleheader had the bases loaded twice in the 4th inning. Excuse me, the 5th inning. Mitchell Jr. grounded into a double play, and Mitchell Jr. also struck out with the bases loaded in game 1 of the doubleheader. So, and that was in the 6th inning. So Mitchell Jr. trying to flip the script with bases loaded here, and this is lifted to center field. Should be deep enough. The center fielder Mansell ranges over, makes the catch in left center, but the throw has no chance as Haskins tags and scores from third. Mitchell Jr. just got under that baseball, but sent it deep enough to center to send the Reddies ahead 6-3. So the Reddies now doubling up the Tigers in the bottom of the third. 3-2-1 on the scoreboard for HSU. 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 more in the third, but the threat continues as Grayson Stevens digs in with 2 on and 2 out. Colasanto at second, Dunn on first. So Haskins tagged and scored from third, but the runners behind him did not move up. And Grayson Stevens digs in, walked and scored in the first, grounded out to the first baseman unassisted in the second. First pitch coming to the lefty hitter Grayson Stevens. Fastball tails outside, 1-0. Stevens went 2 for 3 with a run scored and 2 ribbies in game 1 of the doubleheader. That was Henderson State's 28th game of the season. That wound up being the 15th time Stevens had a multi-hit game. So Stevens is more than likely going to have 2 or more hits, which is shockingly impressive. 1-0 to Stevens. Again, fastball tails outside, 2-0. The RBIs this season for Stevens have kind of been interesting. Stevens had 16 RBIs in the first 10 games and then got scorching hot with the bat. He went a combined 18 for 36 from March 20th to April 3rd. But in that time frame, he only got 3 RBIs. So he had 16 RBIs in the first 10, then just 3 RBIs in the next 9 when he was hitting 500. So just kind of been peaks and valleys in terms of runs batted in for Stevens this season as he takes the 2-0 for a ball. 3-0 to Stevens. Fastball again tails outside, and Stevens walks to first, and now the bases are loaded for Joe Myers. Stevens working a walk in the first and now the third. Stevens has walked 8 times this season, and the Reddies have him loaded for Joe Myers, who already has a home run in the bottom of the first. RBIs abound for Joe Myers as this one gets away from the catcher Barnes. Colasanto comes home and scores safely with the slide. Barnes could not get the throw to the covering pitcher Terry, and Colasanto gives the Reddies their second run of the inning and 7th of the game. HSU 7, ECU 3, as 1 RBI available, taken off the board for Myers, as he will not get credit for the RBI with Colasanto scoring. But still a couple runners in scoring position as Myers takes a breaking ball inside corner for a strike. Colasanto scoring from third. That moved Dunn to third behind Colasanto and moved Stevens to second. So a couple runners in scoring position for the senior Myers, who grounds it down the third base side. It gets away from a diving third baseman Bowie. 2 runs will score. Dunn trots home from third. Stevens comes home from second. Joe Myers has his 3rd and 4th RBI of the day. He's got his 35th double of his career. That moves him into 6th all-time in Henderson State history in doubles. It breaks a tie with Tadarius Hawkins. Hawkins and Myers before that last double each had 34. Now Myers has 35. He is tied for 6th with Kendall Norman in RBIs in program history, and now just 3 doubles behind Kyle Player and Michael Bragg for top 5 all-time in Henderson State history. Myers with a double. The Reddies lead 9-3, and East Central another visit to the mound as the Reddies have thrown 3 crooked numbers on the board in the first 3 innings of the second game of the doubleheader. 3 in the bottom of the first, 2 in the bottom of the second, 4 in the bottom of the third, and we will have a new pitcher for East Central. This is Will Isley, a 6'3" freshman out of Jersey Village, Texas. Brian Terry unable to complete the 3rd inning as the Reddies lead 9-3. So Myers homered in the first, doubled in the third. So Myers 6 total bases on the day. You get 4 total bases for a home run, 3 for a triple, 2 for a double, 1 for a single. So he's got 6 total bases. He started the day with 248 total bases. Now he's got 254 total bases for his career. That jumps him over Kendall Norman and Tadarius Hawkins. He is now 4th all-time in total bases in Henderson State history. He has 10 total bases behind Jordan Taylor, who racked up 264 total bases in his time in Arkadelphia from 2015 to 2017. So Myers, as we've talked about all season, rising to the top of the Henderson State record books. Myers also, with his 2 RBIs on the double, now tied for 7th all-time in ribbies with Jeremy Sauceda, who played at Henderson State from 2008 to 2009. So Joe Myers, after a really rough game 1 of the doubleheader, he went 0 for 4, struck out 3 times, and that was a game in which the Reddies had 17 hits as a team and scored 11 runs. Myers, halfway to the cycle, a home run in the first, a double in the second, brought home 2 runs in each of those hits, and the Reddies lead 9-3 as we restart action with Caden Argenbright digging in as the bottom of the third continues. The Reddies up 9-3. The Reddies already have 4 in the inning. Caden Argenbright digs in 2 for 2. Takes a fastball at the belt on the outside part of the plate. Strike 1. Argenbright 2 for 3 in game 1 of the doubleheader, 2 for 2 so far in game 2, so that average going up today. Started at 354, now at 375 for the freshman out of Sulphur Springs, Texas. 0-1 to the left-handed third baseman, inside outs it, 0-2 as it runs out of play. Argenbright, the poster boy of consistency, hit 355 last season. Came into the weekend batting 354, but like I said, that averages up to 375. That leads the Reddies. Argenbright defending the plate. 0-2 coming from Isley. Argenbright slaps it just foul, as it was 12 inches to the left of the third base bag. And the count stays the same, 0-2. Isley out of the bullpen for the 9th time this season. He's got a 12.46 ERA. As a team, East Central came into the weekend with an 8.90 ERA. East Central's had a tough 2021 as Isley misses to Argenbright, and it skips off the chest protector of the catcher Barnes and gets away. That allows Joe Myers to take third on the wild pitch. And now Myers 90 feet away from becoming Henderson State's 10th run. And we're just in the bottom of the third. Argenbright looking for his first RBI here in game 2 of the doubleheader. Had an RBI double in game 1. 1-2. Argenbright sends it right side. It eats up the first baseman, Shaper Cotter, but he finds the pearl, palms it, and flips it to the covering pitcher, Isley, who gets Argenbright by a step. So Argenbright grounds out to end the bottom of the third, but not after the Reddies get 4 runs in the inning on 2 hits. Joe Myers with the splash and the exclamation point. Myers doubles Stevens and Dunn home, and the Reddies lead 9-3 as we go to the top of the 4th here at Clyde-Berry Field. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Ethan Perry on for the top of the fourth. Reddies lead 9-3, so plenty of run support for Ethan Perry, the freshman out of McKinney, Texas. Perry deals with a fastball and throws it right by the swing of Kaji Butler. Butler 1 for 1 today, hitting in the 8th hole for the Tigers. It'll be 8-9-1 due up for ECU in the top of the fourth. Reddies crooked numbers on the board in all 3 innings. Reddies up 9-3 as Butler swings and misses. Another hefty hack from Butler, but out in front after being behind on the first pitch. Perry pulls the string and is way ahead 0-2. Perry looking for a second K of the outing. Almost has it. Butler just tips it off the end of the bat. Count stays 0-2. Perry replaced Blake Patterson, who got the start for the Reddies. It was Patterson's first start since 2016. Patterson lasted 2 innings, gave up 3 runs on 3 hits. Perry has worked 1 inning and worked around a base hit as Butler has a base knock, and it tails away from the center fielder Bryson Haskins into right center field. Butler takes an aggressive turnaround first and has a leadoff double for East Central. So Kaji Butler, the East Central left fielder, is 2 for 2 today. East Central has their 5th hit of the ball game and a leadoff double here to start the top of the 4th inning. Reddies play with a comfortable lead. It's 9-3 HSU. Reddies trying to take the series and sweep the Saturday doubleheader. Perry misses high and outside with a fastball to Hayden George, who was hit by a pitch and stranded at first in the 2nd inning. The Reddies won game 1 of today's doubleheader 11-0. The Reddies will play 1 more tomorrow, so if they win 2 today, that means the Reddies will take the series, but the Reddies have the sweep on their minds as Perry gets the call on the outside fastball, 1-1. And they should. East Central has not won a road game this season. ECU comes into this one 0-13 on the road, make it 0-14 after falling in the first game of the series, 11-0 to the Reddies. Bunt pushed down by George to the third base side of the pitcher's mound. Perry makes a really nice play. After he fell off the mound in the wrong direction, he worked back to the pole and throws a strike to first base to get George by a step. That is a sacrifice bunt by George, who moves Butler to third. But with a 6-run lead in the top of the 4th, especially in a shortened game, this is only going to be 7 innings today, Perry happy to trade 90 feet for an out as the order resets and Garrett Lemons digs in for the Tigers. Lemons takes an inside strike, 0-1. Lemons came into the weekend as East Central's best batter by far. Entered the weekend series batting .341 and leading East Central in most offensive categories, but he is still looking for his first hit as Perry misses with a fastball. 1-1 now the count. Lemons went 0 for 3 in Game 1. He's 0 for 2 in Game 2, but he does have an RBI, grounded into a fielder's choice in the 2nd inning when the bases were loaded. 1-1. Backdoor breaking ball induces a swing and a foul ball off the bat of Lemons, who was late. Henderson State expecting a bit of a pull from Lemons. Joe Myers playing almost directly behind second base. Daniel Colasanto, the second baseman, playing in shallow right field. Caden Argenbright still remains at third, closer to the third base bag, because that's where Kaji Butler stands. So can't let Butler go get all the way down the base paths. Lemons foul tips the 1-2 fastball into the glove of the catcher Sistinas. Lemons showing some frustration, strikes out, and Perry gets a massive second out here in the top of the 4th, and now no longer has to worry as much about Butler. A sacrifice fly, an RBI ground out, won't work with 2 outs in the inning. Mansell is going to need a base hit to drive home Butler, as the Reddies lead 9-3 with 2 outs and are Butler on third in the top of the 4th. Perry misses with the off-speed pitch above the zone, 1-0. Patterson worked the first 2. Perry trying to work the next 2 for the Reddies. 1-0, make it 1-1. Fastball outside corner at the knees. Perfect pitch from Perry. So Patterson lasted just 2 innings of a 7-inning game, so he leaves with no decision. Right now, Perry would be in line for the win. 1-1, 1-2, slider. Mansell swings up over the top. And Perry 1 pitch away from his 3rd K in 2 innings. Perry, again, not really known for the strikeout. Perry, coming into the weekend, had pitched 20 innings of work and only struck out 10 batters, so really not known for the K, but looking for one more here. Just missed inside as the breaking ball stayed inside to the right-handed hitter and the East Central center fielder Mansell. Mansell has not recorded an at-bat in 2 plate appearances here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Walked in the first, was stranded at third, and sacrifice bunted in the second and drove home a run. So does have an RBI. 2-2 from Perry. Laced to center field. Coming on, the center fielder Haskins makes a sprinting catch and picks it off his shoelaces for the 3rd out of the inning. So Perry works around a lead-off double by Butler and keeps it a 6-run ball game. The Reddies up 9-3. Henderson State looking for their 4th straight crooked number. When we come back, the Reddies got 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 4 in the third. They'll look for more in the 4th. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. Reddies bat with the lead as we start the bottom of the 4th. Corbin Sestinas has barreled up the baseball 2 times already. Not much to show for it. 0 for 2, lined out to the left fielder Butler in the first, lined out to the 3rd baseman Bowie in the second, as he takes a fastball on the outside corner from East Central's reliever Will Isley. Isley, the 3rd pitcher here in Game 2 of Saturday's doubleheader, thrown by East Central. Off speed, misses low. 1-1. Chitty started, lasted 2 innings, gave up 5 earned runs on 6 hits. Then Terry recorded 2 outs while giving up 4 earned runs. And now it is Isley who got the last out of the bottom of the 3rd inning, as Sestinas fouls the 1-2 straight back. The 1-1 straight back, sorry, making the count 1-2. Sestinas digs back in, upright stance, right-handed hitter, freshman out of Coral Springs, Florida. Fastball outside, 2-2. Sestinas leads off the bottom of the 4th. The Reddies lead 9-3. Reddies got 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 4 in the third. Looking to sweep the Saturday doubleheader. Sestinas leaves another fastball. This one low, misses at the shins. 3-2. Reddies won Game 1 of today's doubleheader 11-0 behind 4 RBIs from Daniel Colasanto and a 1-hitter from Spencer Tack. Sestinas works the walk. Fastball from Isley misses low and outside, and Sestinas takes first as Isley issues his 9th free pass of the season. Isley again entered and got the last out of the bottom of the 3rd. This is Isley's 9th appearance, all of them from the pen. Isley entered the weekend 12.46 ERA. Has not recorded a win or a loss. He has the only save of the season for East Central. Matthew Baker, primarily a pitcher for the Reddies, bats and takes a fastball outside and low 1-0. Baker looking at the instructional sheet that is inserted into a wristband on the right wrist, so getting his instructions from the third base and head coach Cody Hooten. This is low in the dirt. Sestinas takes off and slides into second safely. The Reddies have a runner in scoring position with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th, up 9-3. Henderson State came to the plate 6 times in Game 1 of the doubleheader because they did not bat in the bottom of the 7th as they run-ruled East Central 11-0. They scored in 5 of the 6 innings in the first game. They've scored in all 3 innings in which they've batted here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. 2-0, make it 3-0. Isley hits his target, but the catcher, Barnes, was set up outside, and Isley needs to find the strike zone, or the Reddies are about to have runners on first and second with nobody out. Isley twirls, but does not throw to second as Sestinas walks back to the base and quickly takes another lead. Baker 0 for 1, walked in the first, flew out to left in the 3rd. 3-0. Outside, ball 4. Baker throws the bat. Judging by Baker's body language, I think he's disappointed he got 4 straight balls. I think he wanted something to swing at, but Baker takes first base, and the Reddies now have runners on first and second with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th for a scorching hot Bryson Haskins. Haskins has not been retired today. Haskins 1 for 1 so far here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Haskins went 2 for 2 and walked in Game 1 of the doubleheader. So Haskins has reached safely every time, trying to keep it going as he offers the bunt and fouls it back 0-1. Haskins, an excellent bunter for the Reddies, will not only sacrifice, but will often bunt for hits. He runs very well as Henderson State's center fielder. And I'd probably say Haskins and Mitchell Jr., 2 of the best bunters on the team. If I had to choose one, I'd probably say Haskins would be the bunting king as he pulls the bunt attempt back this time. The fastball misses low, 1 ball and 1 strike now to Henderson State's center fielder out of Ashdown, Arkansas. Reddies up 9-3, bottom of the 4th. Henderson State looking to sweep the Saturday doubleheader and take the first 2 games of the weekend 3-game set. Henderson State has the sweep in mind against the visiting East Central Tigers. Will play 1 more tomorrow. 1-1 to Haskins. Pulls the bunt back again as the breaking ball stayed inside. 2-1. Sestinas on second, Baker on first. Both base runners for the Reddies reaching by way of the walk. Sestinas was down 1-2, but then took 3 straight balls to get on board. Baker looked at 4 straight pitches and reached behind Sestinas. So 2 on, nobody out for the Reddies, bottom of the 4th. Haskins waits on the 2-1. Does not offer the bunt attempt, does not square, and does not swing. He takes, and the fastball is low. It is 3-1, and Isley is in danger of walking the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 4th with Daniel Colasanto waiting on deck. 3-1 to Haskins. A little chin music. Haskins twirls out of the way and walks on 5 pitches. So Isley walks Sestinas, Baker, and Haskins and we will have a mound visit. The bases are loaded for the Reddies with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th. The Tigers will go to the bullpen. It will be a new pitcher for ECU, as Will Isley was unable to record any outs in the bottom of the 4th. Isley got the last out in the bottom of the 3rd, but it looks like he will be replaced by another Tiger reliever. We'll take a break and be back to bring you Henderson State baseball after a quick break on the Reddies Radio Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. New pitcher for the East Central Tigers as Will Isley leaves after walking the bases loaded. So Isley's line is not complete. He is responsible for all 3 runners on the base path. Sestinas at 3rd, Baker at 2nd, Haskins at 1st. Daniel Colasanto digs in, nobody out. Bottom of the 4th, bases loaded. Reddy's already up 9-3 as East Central turns to Gage Boatman, who throws a fastball which is rocketed down the right field line by Colasanto. This is going to score multiple runs. Sestinas scores from 3rd, Baker scores from 2nd, and Haskins clears the bases, scoring from 1st. Colasanto's got a stand-up triple with 1 swing of the bat. The Reddies lead 12-3 in the bottom of the 4th. Colasanto's 2nd triple of the season, his 2nd of his career. The Reddies 4 straight crooked numbers on the scoreboard. Still nobody out. Jake Dunn digs in, takes a fastball outside corner for a strike. Daniel Colasanto, 4 ribbies in Game 1 of the doubleheader. He's got 3 ribbies in Game 2. He's got 7 RBI today. Daniel Colasanto started the day 4th on the team in RBIs. He's now 2nd on the Reddies with 25 runs batted in for HSU. Jake Dunn bats, count is run to 1-2. Reddies up 12-3, bottom of the 4th. Colasanto leads off 3rd after the bases clearing triple. 1-2 to Dunn. Checked his swing, and the breaking ball flutters out of the zone. 2-2. Gage Boatman pitches for the Tigers. He has not logged an inning in his career. He's listed on the roster as a catcher, but East Central, nowhere else to turn. Henderson State has eaten up all of the Tigers' pitching this weekend, so they're trying something different. Boatman is 2-2. Ripped to deep left field by Dunn. This caroms off the left field wall. It bangs off of Butler's thigh out of play, and Dunn will have a ground rule double. Colasanto scores from 3rd, and the Reddies have a 10-run lead. 13-3. 4 runs already in the bottom of the 4th, and nobody is out. And Cody Hooten will ask the home plate umpires if this should be an extra base for Jake Dunn, because that did not take a direct bounce off the turf and go over the wall. That caromed off of the body of the left fielder Butler. It seemed pretty clear to me with the naked eye 400 feet away. That ball was not hit very hard. It did not. It took a 2-foot bounce off the turf, and the concrete wall over there is about 4 feet high. Doesn't look like they're going to give Dunn third base, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure how much it's going to matter. The Reddies are up 13-3 in the bottom of the 4th here in a 7-inning game. So whether Dunn stands on second or he stands on third, the Reddies are in control with Danny Mitchell Jr. digging in. The Reddies have scored 4 runs already in the inning, and they have not recorded an out. It has been a hitting clinic, one that Tom Amansky could be proud of for the Reddies here today, as Danny Mitchell Jr. digs in 1 for 2 with a 2-run home run in the second. Mitchell Jr., the lefty hitter, lifts the first pitch of the at-bat to left field. Butler went back and misplayed it. It lands in front of Butler. Dunn goes to third, and Danny Mitchell Jr. has a single. So that's not an error, because although it was misplayed by Butler, who may have had some trouble with the sun, he backed up on it, but it dropped in front of him, and Danny Mitchell Jr. has his second hit of the game and the 4th hit of the doubleheader. Mitchell Jr. now one of 5 Reddies with a multi-hit games, as the Reddies now have runners on the corners. Still nobody out. In the bottom of the 4th, 4 runs across for the Reddies thus far. Grayson Stevens looking to keep the line moving. He takes a strike at the knees from Gage Boatman. Again, this is Boatman's first pitching appearance for the Tigers. He's listed as a catcher, but ECU with nowhere else to turn. 0-1 to the left-handed hitting Stevens. Now 0-2 as Boatman fires the fastball outside corner. Henderson State 4 runs on 3 hits so far in the bottom of the 4th. Walk, 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 as Isley loaded the bases on 3 straight walks, then triple from Colasanto, double from Dunn, and single from Mitchell Jr. 0-2, tails outside, 1-2. Reddies up 13-3. Grayson Stevens 0 for 1, walked in the 1st and the 3rd, scored both instances as he pops it up and out of play. So Stevens only had 6 walks on the season coming into the weekend. Now he's got 2. First time this season that Stevens has walked twice in a game. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Stevens goes fishing, and Boatman has the first out of the bottom of the 4th by way of the K. Very rare strikeout for Stevens. Just the 14th strikeout in the 29th game Stevens is playing this season. The only guy who strikes out more infrequently, or I guess I should say with less frequency than Stevens, is Caden Argenbright, who's struck out just 11 times and 99 at-bats coming into the weekend. So runners on the corners, 1 out now for the Reddies as Joe Myers takes an off-speed strike. 0-1 the count. Myers went 0 for 4, struck out 3 times in Game 1 of the doubleheader, a game in which the Reddies scored 11 runs and got 17 hits, a season high there in the hits category. Myers, though, has turned it around. 4 RBIs so far. Home run in the 1st brought home Grayson Stevens. His 2-run double in the 3rd brought home Grayson Stevens as well, and also Jake Dunn. 1-1 to Myers as the fastball in the 0-1, missed low. Another fastball, low and outside. Reddies lead this ball game 13-3. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. Second game of our Saturday doubleheader. The Reddies outscoring East Central by a combined 24 runs to 3 so far. 2-1 to Myers. Myers takes, and the pitch just misses. 3-1 to Myers. Dunn on third, Mitchell Jr. on first. Myers looking for his third hit of the game. Boatman misses outside with the fastball. Fourth walk of the inning issued by Tigers pitchers. Isley walked the bases loaded. The 3 straight batters by the Reddies for the Reddies walked in the bottom of the fourth. Isley was pulled as Boatman misses, and the bases are loaded for Caden Argenbright, who digs in 2 for 3 and is looking for some more RBIs. Argenbright takes off speed, 1-0. Argenbright, 22 ribbies on the season now after an RBI double in Game 1 of the Saturday doubleheader. Fastball misses neck high, 2-0. Daniel Colasanto, another note on Colasanto, who brought home 3 runs with a triple earlier this evening. Colasanto was 4th on the team coming into the weekend, now 2nd on the team in RBIs with 7 on the day. Argenbright lifts this one, and it drops in front of the right fielder Lemons. 1 run will score as the Henderson State base runners had to make sure that ball dropped and was not caught by the right fielder who was ranging over to the right field line. So Argenbright a single, and everybody moves up 90 feet. Dunn scores from third. Myers goes to second, Mitchell Jr. to third, and Argenbright has his 3rd hit of the day. He's 3 for 4, and the man who led off the inning, Corbin Sestinas, bats once more as the Reddies battle around in the bottom of the 4th. Sestinas led off the inning with a walk as Sestinas swings and fouls off the first pitch of the at-bat, 0-1. Sestinas walked and came around to score on Daniel Colasanto's triple down the right field line. The Reddies have made it 14-3. Henderson State has 4 different crooked numbers on the scoreboard in each inning. 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 4 in the third, 5 so far in the fourth, and they're not done. Bases loaded, 1 out for Sestinas. This one gets away. Mitchell Jr. comes home to score from third as Barnes could not keep it in front. This will be ruled a wild pitch by the reliever Boatman, and the Reddies lead now up to a dozen. It is 15-3 here in the bottom of the 4th. Henderson State pounding the East Central Tigers in the second half of our Saturday doubleheader. Sestinas late, fouls it off out of play, 1-2. The Reddies won Game 1 11-0. They're up 15-3 in the bottom of the 4th. Here in Game 2, Sestinas looking for a couple ribbies. He's got Myers on third, Argenbright on second. 1-2 to Sestinas. Fouled back and out of play once more. Shockingly, the Reddies' 11-0 victory in Game 1 and their 12-run lead here in Game 2. It's not going to be the biggest run difference across the league today. Checking around the scores from the other games, Arkansas Monticello up 28-1 last time we checked over Southern Nazarene earlier today. So not sure what the final score was there, but that is a beatdown of epic proportions. As the 1-2 misses, here comes the 2-2 to Sestinas. Sent to center field. Mansell races forward, stops in shallow right center. His throw home cut off by the first baseman, Shaper Cotter, and Sestinas has an RBI, sacrifice fly. Myers comes home from third, tagging on the play. Argenbright tags as well and moves 90 feet away to the third base bag. So East Central, I guess, happy to trade a run for an out as the Reddies add the extra point in the bottom of the fourth. The Reddies now 7 in the inning, and they lead 16-3 as the Reddies will make a change and have a pinch hitter. This is Alex, the working man Day, to the plate. Day batting in the 6th spot, taking over for Matthew Baker, who was DHing. So Day now in the DH spot. Baker ends his day 0 for 1. 2 walks and a run scored. Day with an RBI opportunity as Argenbright leads off the third. Reddies up 16-3. 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. If you're wondering why I call Alex Day the working man, it's because he wears yellow cowhide work gloves instead of batting gloves. So that's how he gets the nickname, as the count goes to 1-1 from Boatman. Day says he just works through and just ruins all the batting gloves he uses, so he had to get something a little stronger. The fastball from Boatman misses. Two 1. Breaking ball stays helmet high. Ducking out of the way is Day. 3-1. Day appearing in his 12th game with this at-bat. He's made 6 starts. He filled in for Josh Aguilar earlier in the year and really was a good stopgap for the Reddies as Aguilar dealt with an injury early on this season. Day, a freshman for Henderson State out of Ashdown, Arkansas, one of a couple Reddies from Ashdown. Day takes the 3-2 high and works a walk. So between Corbin Sestinas, who's a freshman catcher for the Reddies, who got the start in Game 2 today, and Alex Day, the Reddies' catcher position is in very good hands as Josh Aguilar, the starting catcher for the Reddies, is a redshirt senior and will not be with the team next year after graduating. We'll have another mound visit. Day walks. This is the 5th Reddies walk of the inning. Henderson State, 7 runs on 4 hits and 5 free passes in the bottom of the 4th inning. East Central will go back to the bullpen. This will be Kobe Midgley, number 16. He will come to the mound. When we come back, we'll take a break. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. So it's been a marathon of a bottom of the fourth inning for the Reddies, and not much to complain about, I guess. The Reddies, seven runs already in the bottom of the fourth. Henderson State has batted around, and more. Bryson Haskins batting for the second time in the bottom of the fourth. The Reddies have scored 7 in the inning on 4 hits and 5 walks given up by East Central pitchers. Haskins takes a fastball at the knees, strike 1 from East Central's 5th pitcher here in Game 2 of the Saturday doubleheader. This is a right-handed redshirt junior out of Oklahoma. This is Kobe Midgley. Haskins turns out of the way of the inside breaking ball, 1-1. Argenbright on third, Day on first, so runners on the corners for the Reddies. 2 outs. Haskins 1 for 1 in Game 2. 2 runs scored. Midgley a long look in. Haskins just a bit late on the 1-1. Fouls it out of play over the East Central dugout down the first baseline. Haskins 2 for 2 and a walk in Game 1. 1 for 1 hit by pitch and walked here in Game 2. So that on-base percentage for Haskins today absolutely skyrocketing. Reddies up 16-3. Haskins waits on the 1-2. Just missed inside as Midgley thought he had strike 3. Third pitcher of the inning. 5th pitcher of the game for East Central. Will Isley walked the bases loaded and was taken out. And Gage Boatman got 2 outs, but he still allowed 4 earned runs. The Reddies scored 7 in the bottom of the 4th. 2-2 to Haskins. Strike 3 called. Fastball catches the top of the zone, and Haskins is retired for the first time today in the second half of our second game of our Saturday doubleheader. So Haskins' perfect day comes to a close, and the inning ends as well. The Reddies will go to the top of the 5th, up 16-3. Ethan Perry with plenty of run support. When he comes back, the Reddies up 13 runs. We'll be back and go to the 5th when we return. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Well, after a marathon of a bottom of the 4th inning in which the Reddies scored 7 runs on just 4 hits because of 5 walks issued by East Central pitchers, we'll go to the top of the 5th. Henderson State up 16-3. Ethan Perry on the bump for his 3rd inning of work. Patterson got the start for the Reddies. Will not get a decision today, lasting just 2 innings in a 7-inning game. Right now, Ethan Perry in line for the win, and he will be asked to pound the strike zone as the Reddies take a 13-run lead into the top of the 5th. Perry misses high and outside with a fastball to Colton Shaper-Cotter. Leads off the top of the 5th for the Tigers. Backdoor breaking ball as Perry gets the call, outside edge, 1 ball, 1 strike. Shaper-Cotter 0 for 1 hit by a pitch in the first. Line drive single. Takes 2 hops and bounces into the glove of the left fielder, Danny Mitchell Jr. So Colton Shaper Cotter, after a long time standing on first base in the bottom of the 4th, ready to hit in the top of the 5th, and has a leadoff single for the East Central Tigers. The Tigers led off the top of the 4th with a double from the left fielder Butler, but Butler was stranded at third as Perry kept the Tigers at 3 runs. Perry, the freshman out of McKinney, Texas, gets ready to deal to Caleb Shore, who cuts and misses on the first pitch fastball, 0-1. Reddies have even alignment, expecting a bit of a pull, a natural pull from Shore, the right-handed hitter, upright stance. Reddies making one defensive change in the top of the 5th as C.J. Hughes replaces Daniel Colasanto at second base. Hughes showing off his usefulness today. Hughes was a defensive replacement in Game 1 of the doubleheader when he was inserted at third base. So Hughes has played the hot corner. Now he'll play second as Perry gets the called strike. 0-2 now. Strike 3. Looking. Shore goes down. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Perry has his 3rd K in now 2 1/3 of work. So Perry's got 7 outs, 3 of them strikeouts. Cordell Bowie digs in 1 for 2. Lined out to the second baseman Colasanto in the first as he fouls off the first pitch with 1 out and 1 on in the top of the 5th. Again, Bowie lined out to Colasanto, the second baseman. That was in the first, but as a reminder, Colasanto no longer at second base. He was replaced by C.J. Hughes as the Reddies lead 16-3 in the top of the 5th. So Reddies coaching staff trying to get some new faces and new gloves into the field. Perry gets the strike with the fastball at the knees of Bowie. 5 straight strikes from Perry now. He retired Shore 3-pitch fastball, and he does the same to Bowie. Bowie swings late behind the breaking ball. 6 pitches, 2 strikeouts for Ethan Perry, who responds well after Shaper Cotter's line drive single to left field to lead off to the top of the 5th inning. Reddies have 16 runs as the Tigers bat at the top of the 5th. Henderson State already scoring a season high in the runs category in the first 4 innings of this game. The Reddies 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 4 in the third, 7 in the fourth as Perry misses high. 1-0 to Michael Rosario, East Central's shortstop, who has singled and scored a run back in the second. 1-0. Now 2-0 as Perry misses above the belt. So Perry looking to shake off his first start, which turned into a rough one last weekend against Arkansas Tech. 2-0 to Rosario. 2-1, just catches the top of the zone. Perry made his first start against Arkansas Tech last weekend because Spencer Tack was unavailable for the Reddies. Perry had never made a start before, had come out of the bullpen, and his only 10 appearances as a freshman lasted just 1 inning, gave up 6 earned runs on 5 hits. 2-1. Play made by Corbin Sestinas. He jabs at it and keeps the fastball in front, saves the wild pitch. But Perry has been excellent out of the bullpen this season. Perry's last 4 outings before that start, had thrown a combined 6 innings, had allowed just 4 base runners, and not allowed a run as Rosario fouls off the 3-1. Off the lower body, dribbles into fair territory, but foul ball. And so Perry right back to the bullpen and looks sharp as ever. He's worked 2 2/3 so far. He's in line for the win as Blake Patterson started and worked 2 innings, giving up 3 hits and 3 earned runs. Perry's again worked 2 2/3. He's given up 3 hits as well, but no earned runs, no walks. He struck out 4. Perry, just a true freshman, but looking like one of the Reddies' best relievers. 3-2. Runner goes. but slows down as Perry strikes out the side after Shaper Cotter's single to left field. So a leadoff single, then KKK from Ethan Perry, and the Reddies will take their 16-3 lead into the bottom of the fifth. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. The Reddies have scored 2 or more in every inning so far. They lead 16-3 as we start the bottom of the fifth. A few defensive changes for the East Central Tigers. New catcher, new shortstop, new left fielder. Behind the plate, Kyle Busker replaces Tanner Barnes at shortstop. Nick Blankenship replaces Michael Rosario. And in left field, Nolan Herchok replaces Kaji Butler. And the Reddies bat with C.J. Hughes, who fouls the first pitch of the bottom of the fifth off and out of play. 0-1 to Hughes. It's taken head high, 1-1 from East Central's right-handed hurler, Kobe Midgley. Midgley got the last out of the bottom of the fourth. 1-1 to Hughes. Hughes tattoos this ball right center field. It's going to get to the gap and roll to the wall. Hughes turns around first and stops at second. He's got a leadoff double in the bottom of the fifth as the Reddies continue to pound the East Central pitching staff. Hughes with his first hit of the season there, appearing in his 6th game for the Reddies. Had logged just 2 at-bats previously. So Hughes showing what he can do with the bat in the hand. And Jake Dunn, who's been showing off all weekend, digs in with Hughes leading off second base and nobody out in the bottom of the fifth. Reddies up 16-3 in the second game of our Saturday doubleheader. First pitch taken low. Fastball. 1-0 to Dunn. Dunn 3 for 3, walked, and scored 2 runs in game 1 of the doubleheader. He's 2 for 2 with 3 runs scored and a walk in game 2 of the doubleheader as the 1-0 misses low and goes to 2-0. The catcher, Busker, runs out to the hill. He wants to chat things over with Midgley, possibly just talking over signs, and they get on the same page, and Busker returns to his position behind home plate. If you're East Central, I think the plan is just locate your fastball, throw strikes, and challenge the Reddies to beat you with the bats. I'm not sure how much the fancy stuff is gonna work, especially it's 16-3. East Central issued 5 walks in the 4th inning of this ball game alone. So if the East Central staff just locate the fastball and use your defense. 2-0 to Dunn. Gets away from the catcher Busker, sliding to his right, but never had a chance. Wild pitch is the ruling, and Hughes scurries over to third. He's 90 feet away from scoring his 2nd run of the season. Hughes, a defensive replacement in Game 1 of the doubleheader and Game 2 of the doubleheader. In Game 1, he played third. In Game 2, he's playing second. Led off the inning with a double to the right center field gap. Dunn waits on the 3-0, takes low, and walks on 4 pitches. None of them close. So Dunn remains perfect, 2 for 2, and now 2 walks for Dunn on the day. Danny Mitchell Jr. takes another turn. Mitchell Jr. 2 for 3. This is his 5th plate appearance. Did not record an at-bat in the 3rd as he drove home a run by way of a sacrifice fly. Mitchell Jr. brought home Bryson Haskins with a sac fly to center with the bases loaded. He bats with the runners on the corners, nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. Reddies lead 16-3 as Midgley misses outside. 5 straight balls for Midgley as Dunn walked on 4 pitches and stands on first. Hughes on third, 1-0 to Mitchell Jr. Thought about it, checked his swing, did not go around, but a strike called regardless as Midgley nibbles the knees of Henderson State's leadoff man. Mitchell Jr. spearheading the Henderson State lineup, playing left field. 1-1. Mitchell Jr. behind it. And just behind the third base coach, Alan Hall. Mitchell Jr. behind 1-2. Mitchell Jr. has not been great this season hitting with runners in scoring position. Just 176 average with runners in second or third. 1-2. Just fouled it off. Mitchell Jr. stays alive. Count stays the same, 1-2. Mitchell Jr. had 2 opportunities to hit with the bases loaded in Game 1 of our doubleheader, and went from bad to worse, or unsuccessful. Mitchell Jr. grounded into a double play and also struck out. 1-2. Mitchell Jr. leans out of the way of an inside fastball across the numbers of the North Little Rock native. 2-2 now the count. Reddies up by a baker's dozen. 16-3. More like a football score out here at Clydeberry Field. Hughes on third, Dunn on first. Mitchell Jr. takes ball just outside. Midgley tried to get the backdoor breaking ball to break back and catch the outside corner, but stays outside the house, and the count runs full, 3-2. Good speed on the base paths for the Reddies. 3-2 to Mitchell Jr. Fouled straight back off the netting behind home plate. The infield here at Clydeberry Field, mostly covered in shade now, as the pine trees that surround the ballpark shield the infielders from the sun, but the majority of the outfield still unshaded, not being shaded by the famous pine trees here on the campus of Henderson State University. Another 3-2. Fastball misses outside, and the Reddies work back-to-back walks and load the bases in the bottom of the 5th for Avery Davis, who has an RBI in 100% of his plate appearances at Henderson State University. Davis batted for the first time in his career in Game 1 of the doubleheader and brought home a run with a sacrifice fly. So he bats with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th Reddies already up 16-3, putting the hurt on the East Central Tigers. Hughes on third, Dunn on second, Mitchell Jr. on first. Reddies have already walked 11 times in this game. Davis swings and fouls back the first pitch of the AB. The first half of this doubleheader, which the Reddies won 11-0 in a run rule 7-inning game, was under 2 hours. This game has already taken about 2.5 hours, and we're only in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bases loaded, 0-1 to Davis. Turns the hips, keeps the bat back. Nice pitch, perhaps Midgley's best of his outing so far. Davis now behind 0-2, trying to protect home plate, put the ball in play, and drive home a run. Midgley looking for his second K. This is weakly off the end of the bat, and Davis has another RBI. So 2 at-bats for Davis in his career, and 2 RBIs. Weakly hit to the first baseman, Shaper Cotter. All the first baseman can do is wait for it, glove it, step on the first base bag. Hughes scores from third. Everybody else advances. Davis retired and will be sent back to the dugout. So Davis hitting in an 0-2 count does a great job to bring home a run. And now it really looks like a football score on the scoreboard. 17-3, bona fide football score. We're playing baseball, though. The Reddies all over the East Central Tigers here on a cool Saturday afternoon. The first pitch today was thrown at 1 p.m. It was 57 degrees at that time. It is now 62 degrees in mid-April, as it's been a beautiful day for baseball. The sun has started to shine as the afternoon has turned into an early evening. 10 minutes to 6 here at Clyde-Berry Field as Joe Myers takes a home run type hack at the first pitch from Midgley. Swings over the top. 0-1 to Myers with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Reddies up 17-3. Jake Dunn on third, Mitchell Jr. on second. Myers already 4 ribbies so far, looking for 2 more. Myers takes inside strike. Midgley went to the change, 0-2. Myers' 2-run home run opened the scoring in the bottom of the first. The Reddies led 2-0. They now lead 17-3. Myers also doubled home 2 runs in the bottom of the third. Myers trying to put it in play, 0-2. Lifts this one. Center field. Mansell under it. Tagging is done, and he scores easily. It is cut off in front of the pitcher's mound by the first baseman, Shaper Cotter, and Joe Myers does a good job to defend home plate in an 0-2 count and come up with his 5th RBI of the day, his 36th of the season, and his 98th RBI of his career. Joe Myers getting to know Kendall Norman in the record book very well. Myers now tied with Norman for 6th all-time in ribbies in Henderson State history, both with 98 of them. Digging in for the Reddies, a pinch hitter, Turner Pentecost, batting in place of Caden Argenbright, who will spend the rest of the day as a spectator. Argenbright finishes 3 for 4, as usual. Argenbright, one of the best hitting lines for the Reddies in a game in which the Reddies lead 18-3. 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. Mitchell Jr. on second base. Pentecost out in front of a changeup, 1-1. So, like I said, Myers now tied with Norman in RBI. Myers also tied with Norman in all-time doubles. Myers just passed Norman in all-time total bases, so Myers taking over the place in the totem pole for Kendall Norman as Turner Pentecost takes a 1-1 inside. Count goes to 2-1. Kendall Norman definitely a candidate for Henderson State All-Decade team, but I'm not sure which decade you put him in since he played here from 2008 to 2011. Pentecost, crouched stance as a righty hitter, waits on the 2-1 and takes A fastball on the outside corner, 2-2. The Reddies have scored 2 in the inning. Henderson State with 2 or more runs in every inning so far as they bat with an 18-3 lead in the bottom of the 5th. 2-2 to Pentecost. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and he swings over the top of a lively breaking ball. Midgley gets out of it, but the Reddies add 2 more to their total. We'll go to the top of the 6th. 18-3, HSU leads. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Oh my gosh. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. A lot of new faces in the field for the Reddies as we start the top of the 6th inning. New pitcher for HSU is Henry Coppins. Coppins enters the top of the 6th with an 18-3 lead. Misses outside with a fastball 1-0. Now make it 1-1 as Kyle Busker cannot catch up to Coppins' fastball. 1-1. Busker leads off the top of the 6th. Swing and a miss. 1-2. So a new pitcher is Henry Coppins. A new third baseman is C.J. Hughes. Hughes was in before, playing at second. He moves over to the hot corner. Zach Lund, the new shortstop. Turner Pentecost, the new second baseman. Avery Davis, the new right fielder. And Joe Myers moves from short to first base as Henry Coppins throws 3 straight strikes, each one more dangerous than the next. Gets the backdoor breaking ball, and Busker looks at it for strike 3. Coppins gets the first out of the top of the 6th, no problem. So the Reddies going back to the bullpen for the second time today. Blake Patterson got the start for HSU. He will not get a decision, lasting just 2 innings of a 7-inning ball game. Patterson went 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, allowed 3 earned runs, walked 1, struck out 1. Then Ethan Perry took over and was excellent as usual for the Reddies. Perry, 3 innings, 3 hits, no walks, 5 Ks. Perry in line for the win. And Henry Coppins now deals and fires a strike and makes the count 0-1 to East Central's Nolan Herchok. Fastball misses outside at the knees. Good spot to miss for Coppins, the freshman out of Little Rock, Arkansas. Shares the same high school alma mater with Joe Myers. Both went to Little Rock Catholic. 1-1. lifted high in the air. Shallow left field. Danny Mitchell Jr. takes one step back and now moves in to make the catch for out number 2 here in the top of the 6th. So Coppins in relief, taking over for Perry, and he looks razor sharp. Strikeout looking, and a pop-up and a pop-out by Herchok into left field. This will be Hayden George, making his 3rd trip to the plate, has not logged an at-bat. Takes breaking ball, strike 1 from the lefty pitcher Coppins. Patterson and Perry were righties. This is the first lefty that East Central has faced today, as Henderson State's starter in Game 1 of the doubleheader was Spencer Tack, a right-hander as well. Coppins misses low, 1-1. Hammered over the glove of a leaping third baseman, C.J. Hughes. Could not climb the ladder one rung too low. And George continues a good day at the plate, hit by a pitch in the 2nd, sack bunt in the 4th, and a single with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. And the Tigers have a base runner and their 7th hit of the ball game. Reddies in control, playing stress-free baseball at the moment, up 18-3. Second game of our Saturday doubleheader. Reddies won Game 1 11-0. It's been all Reddies so far, as Garrett Lemons has his first hit of the doubleheader. This is going to get into the left center field gap, cut off by the center fielder Haskins before it gets to the wall. Lemons rolls into second for a 2-bagger, and George goes to third, as East Central has back-to-back hits in the top of the 6th after Coppins started the inning with a backwards K and a lazy flyout to shallow left field. After that, single by George and a double by Lemons, who was due after starting the weekend 0 for 6. Came into the weekend batting .341 for the Tigers as their best hitter. 2 in the scoring position for Dylan Mansell, who had an RBI in the 2nd as East Central put on the safety squeeze. First pitch to Mansell, swung on, sent to right field. Avery Davis underneath, and he makes the play for the 3rd out of the inning. I think Davis may have forgotten how many outs there were as he fired it in to the cutoff man Joe Myers, but we'll just call that a very aggressive throw in, and Davis gets a chance to show off his arm. The Reddies get out of the jam in the top of the 6th, and I think Davis is going to hear it from some of his teammates as he runs back to the dugout. But all fun and games here as the Reddies lead 18-3. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th at Clydeberry Field. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. The Reddies turning to their reserves to wrap up the second half of our Saturday doubleheader. The Reddies lead 18-3 as Cameron Whitmore digs in for the first time this weekend. He takes the place of Corbin Sestinas in the 5-hole in the Reddies order. Henderson State, the only guys left in the starting lineup, Mitchell Jr. and Bryson Haskins, as Whitmore can't believe the fastball was called for a strike. I think the home plate umpire widening the zone a little bit with the score 18-3 in the bottom of the sixth. Whitmore swung on, belted, right center field. It'll drop for a hit and roll to the wall. Whitmore rounding second. He's going to head for third, and he will get there standing up. How about that? Cameron Whitmore gets a round of applause from his teammates on the third base line in the dugout. Whitmore with his first hit of the year in just his fourth at-bat. That at-bat gave Whitmore 10 appearances on the season. So Whitmore, in just 4 at-bats, is now tied for third on the team with 1 triple with about 7 other guys. So, hey, baseball is all about statistics, and happy to give Whitmore into the top 3 in triples as he leads off the bottom of the 6th and stands 90 feet away as Alex Day digs in, swinging in, fouling off the first pitch. The Reddies have 2 or more runs in every inning. 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 4 in the third, 7 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth. Alex Day looking to bring home the first run of the bottom of the 6th as Whitmore leads off of third. 0-1 to Day. Taken for a ball, 1-1 as the backup catcher Kyle Busker slides to his left and keeps it in front. Just past 6 p.m. here at Clydeberry Field. Early evening, mid-April, beautiful spring day. 1-1. Day hammers it to the left side of the infield, bounces off the third baseman Bowie into the glove of the shortstop Blankenship. His throw to first base is late. Day is safe, and Whitmore scores from third. We will see how they score that, whether it is a hit or an error. I think that was probably an error. It was a hard hit by Day, but that's a play that Bowie would expect to make. So no RBI for Day, but a run scored for the Reddies as they extend the lead to a Sweet 16, 19-3. Reddies advantage in the bottom of the 6th. The Reddies have scored in every inning so far. This is the most runs the Reddies have scored in a game this season. They had 17 hits in Game 1 of the doubleheader. That was the most hits so far in the season. They've got 14 hits so far in Game 2. As the 1-0 gets away from the catcher Busker. This will be a passed ball as it deflected off the glove of the Texas native. Batting for the Reddies in the 7th spot, Logan Cowart. This is Cowart's first at-bat of the doubleheader, with Day moving to second base and into scoring position. A lot of room on the right side of the infield for Cowart to go the opposite way. Fastball misses outside, 3-0. Not a lot of starters left for the Reddies. A lot of reserves getting some action in this one, and why not? Good time to get it. Senior weekend here at Clydeberry Field. This is the last home series the Reddies will play in Arkadelphia as Cowart takes a strike on the outside edge, 3-1. The Reddies will play 3 more series in the regular season. 9 games left to sort out the seeding in the GAC postseason play, as the Reddies try to move up in the standings. They came into the weekend tied for 7th in the GAC as Cowart swings late behind a 3-1 fastball. The Reddies looking to keep pace. Henderson State playing East Central this weekend. Reddies came into the weekend 10-11 in the GAC, now 11-11 after winning Game 1 of the doubleheader. 3-2 to Cowart. Just cued off the end of the bat. Count stays the same. The Reddies are right now locked in a battle for that 8th and final playoff spot for the GAC tournament. The Reddies are tied with Arkansas Monticello coming into the weekend at 10 and 11 in the GAC. HSU is playing East Central, and Arkansas Monticello is playing Southern Nazarene, and those two teams are tied for last place in the league. So both teams looking to sweep their opponents and keep pace, but also make some moves up in the standings, as they're hoping some teams can beat up on each other. 3-2 to Cowart. Strike 3 called. Cowart thought he took ball 4. He grimaces as he walks back to the dugout, and East Central has the first out of the bottom of the 6th inning. C.J. Hughes digs in for the second time. Hughes doubled and scored in the 5th. He bats with a man on second in the 6th. Reddies up 19-3, 1 on and 1 out, as Midgley misses with a fastball high and outside. Reddies got a stand-up triple to lead off the inning from Cameron Whitmore. Whitmore scored on an error committed by the third baseman Cordell Bowie. Day reached on that error and now stands on second as Hughes smacks it, ground ball, to the shortstop Blankenship, but a throwing error by Blankenship as he short hops the first baseman Shaper Cotter. Shaper Cotter can't make the pick at first, and Hughes never stopped his momentum. He'll take second as Day moves to third, and we will have a mound visit. The Reddies lead 19-3. 1 run across already in the bottom of the 6th. Looking for more when we come back. You're listening to Reddies Baseball. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. East Central has a new pitcher as Zach Lund digs in for the Reddies. 2 on, runners on second and third, bottom of the 6th. Reddies already up 19-3, looking to go back and change it to another football score on the scoreboard. It was 17-3 earlier, bona fide football score. If Zach Lund can send a base hit to the outfield, it'll likely become 21-3. Reddies looking for their 3rd touchdown of the day. Zach Lund takes the outside fastball for a strike, 0-1. Just off the plate, 1-1. New pitcher for the Tigers is Christian McCoy. This is just his second appearance and will be his second inning of work. He's completed 1 inning so far this season. Gave up 2 walks, struck out 2, but did not allow a run. So McCoy, small sample size, but he's been solid as Lund digs back in. Count 1-2. Day on third, Hughes on second. Reddies up 19-3. 1-2 to Lund. Outside, 2-2. Henderson State batting in the bottom of the 6th. Reddies 1 run on 1 hit so far in the inning. They've also been helped by 2 East Central errors, 1 by the third baseman, 1 by the shortstop. 2-2 to Lund. Swing and a miss. Lund can't catch up to the fastball from McCoy. And the Reddies down to their final out in the bottom of the 6th inning as Danny Mitchell Jr. comes to the plate. Mitchell Jr., one of the few starters who has remained in the lineup here in a 19-3 game. Good opportunity for the Reddies to see plenty of reserves. A little taste of the future for Henderson State baseball today. Mitchell Jr. digs in 2 for 3. He has 5 plate appearances. Walked in the 5th, sacrifice fly, brought home a run in the 3rd. Mitchell Jr. takes outside 1-0. Mitchell Jr. 2 for 3 in game 2 of the doubleheader, 2 for 5 in game 1. So good day at the dish. Mitchell Jr. swings away, cuts and misses at a fastball. Count 1-1. Henderson State likely batting for the last time in the ball game unless East Central can score 16 runs as of now in the top of the 7th. This is a 7-inning shortened ball game as Mitchell Jr. takes the fastball outside. The second game of the doubleheaders in GAC play, you always shorten to 7 innings. 2-1. 2-2. Mitchell Jr. sucks in the stomach, but the fastball clips the inside corner. And the count evens up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. 2 on for the Reddies. Bottom of the 6th inning. Reddies up by 16 runs, 19-3. 2-2. Just cued off the end of the bat by Mitchell Jr. He stays alive, and we'll see at least 1 more pitch. Mitchell Jr., a couple of extra base knocks today. Tripled homer run in game 1 and belted a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 2nd. That hit is the game-winning hit. That made it a 5-3 ball game. Reddies now up 19-3 as Mitchell Jr. takes the fastball outside. 3-2 from the lefty pitcher Christian McCoy. McCoy, freshman out of Katy, Texas. First lefty pitcher we have seen from East Central, and we've seen a lot of pitchers. 3 in the first game. This is their 6th pitcher of game 2 as Mitchell Jr. gives it a ride, deep center field. This ball is no doubt gone.
That's the home run for Mitchell Jr.
Mitchell Jr. has his 2nd home run of the game. His 4th, 5th, and 6th RBI. And the Reddies do indeed get 20-plus runs, 22-3 now the score. The Reddies, again, keep the crooked inning streak alive. The Reddies 4 in the 6th. The Reddies 3 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, 4 in the 3rd, 7 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th. Danny Mitchell Jr. with his 2nd home run of the day, his 6th home run of the season, the 14th home run of his career, and Henderson State continues to put on a show here at senior weekend for the faithful fans who have come for a fun day of baseball. Avery Davis takes low. Now the count 1-1 on Henderson State's reserve right fielder. 2 outs, bases empty for the Reddies after Mitchell Jr.'s home run. Only one of the runs charged to McCoy, as Hughes and Day were the responsibility of Kobe Midgley, but those runs unearned because Day and Hughes reached by way of errors. 2-2 now to Lewis. McCoy looking to get out of the inning. Davis behind it, but he stays alive. Off the end of the bat, now to play. So our first game of the day was scheduled for 9 innings. It only lasted 6 1/2 innings because the Reddies didn't bat in the bottom of the 7th as they run-ruled the East Central Tigers. That game took less than 2 hours. This game, as Davis takes the breaking ball at the shins, count goes to 3-2. This game has lasted almost 3 hours, so kind of flip-flop. Usually the 9-inning game obviously lasts 3 hours, and the 7-inning game is about 2, but it's different today as Davis turns and just lines this one foul. 4 feet left of the chalk down the left field line. We'll do the 3-2 again. Davis getting his 2 first at-bats of his Henderson State career today, and it's resulted in 2 RBIs, an RBI in each. 3-2. This is a good piece from Davis. It'll get into the left center field gap and roll to the wall. It is fished out by Herchok, the left fielder, and Avery Davis, a 2-out double for the Reddies. He's mixing it up. Little Ronald Acuna style out at second base for Avery Davis, and it is all smiles for the Reddies, as a lot of guys who have spent a lot of time in the program finally getting the time to play and show what they can do, and kind of putting on a show really today. Henderson State's developmental program showing off is Davis, Pentecost, Lunn, Hughes, lots of guys contributing in reserve action today as Joe Myers digs in and takes a fastball, helmet high, 1-0. Reddies up 22-3, bottom of the 6th. Reddies looking to keep the inning going as Davis stands on second. Joe Myers swings at the 1-0, pops it up right side of the infield. The first baseman, Shaper Cotter, calls for it and makes the play in shallow right field. So Myers pops up and pops out. The Reddies get 4 in the inning. They have 22 runs in the game, and this should be the last half inning of our 7-inning ball game. We'll go to the top of the 7th. Reddies up 22-3. We'll be back after a quick break. You're listening to Reddies Baseball on the Henderson State Sports Network. Welcome back to Clydeberry Field. The Reddies looking to shut the door on the Tigers. Henderson State up 22-3. We go to the top of the 7th. This inning serving as the top of the 9th, as this game is a 7-inning ball game, as it is the second half of our Saturday doubleheader. Andrew Howard on the hill for the Reddies. He starts Colton Shaper Cotter with a strike. Is quickly ahead 0-2. Howard working for the second time this season. 1 appearance, 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 run given up, but it was unearned. The 3 outs that Howard has retired this season, all of them have been by way of the K, so not even sure if he needs his defense out there. 1-2. Howard looking for his 4th K and his 4th out of the season. This is whistled off the bat. Foul of right on the right field line, hooking out of play. Howard, freshman out of North Little Rock, Arkansas, went to Maumelle High School. 1-2. Shaper Cotter reaches out to stay alive. Foul ball into the Henderson State spectators here at Clydeberry Field. Most of the field now, most of the diamond being shaded by the pine trees that Arkadelphia is known for. Still some sun out in deep left field. Pop up, right side of the infield. Zach Lunn ranges all the way over to second base, right in front of the second baseman Turner Pentecost, and makes the play for the first out of the top of the 7th. Lunn and Pentecost sharing some smiles. Pentecost probably thinking, that was my ball. But the shortstop has the right of way in the infield, and Lunn makes the play as Shaper Cotter goes down P6, even though Lunn catches it closer to the first base bag than the second base. Then on the right side of the infield is this one is fouled up and out of play by Caleb Shore. Shore, the only hit for the Tigers in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Spencer Tack went 7 innings, gave up 1 hit. Reddies won 11-0. They run-ruled ECU as Shore is late again, 0-2. It's been an interesting day at the ballpark. The first game today, which was scheduled to go 9 innings, lasted just 7. The Reddies run-ruled East Central. This game was scheduled to go 7, but the Reddies scored 22 runs, so this game has been the longer game. Howard looking for the strikeout. Won't get it as Day, the catcher, blocks it, and the ball rolls all the way down to the halfway down the first base line, but no issue as the bases are empty with 1 out in the top of the 7th as the Tigers bat and look to put together the most momentous comeback in baseball history, down 19 runs, 2 outs to go. Upright stance for the righty hitter Shore. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch from Andrew Howard. Shore goes down swinging for the 3rd time in 4 at-bats, and the Reddies are 1 out away from a Saturday doubleheader sweep. The Reddies 11 runs in the first game of the day, 22 runs in Game 2. These teams will play 1 more tomorrow. First pitch scheduled at 1 p.m. Reddies will look to sweep the Tigers as we wrap up the senior weekend on the Henderson State Sports Network. Howard misses low and outside to Cordell Bowie, 1-0. Bowie swings, pops it up. Alex Day, the catcher, sprints over, but quickly realizes he had no play and crouches back down behind home plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Base is empty, top of the 7th. Andrew Howard trying to shut the door for the Reddies. Get the Reddies back above the 500 mark in conference play. The Reddies started the day 10-11 in GAC play as Howard misses low and outside. Count goes to 2-1. Reddies won Game 1 of the doubleheader, made them 11-11. Once they finish here in Game 2, they'll be 12-11. And they'll quickly check the GAC scoreboard to see how the teams around them fared here on a Saturday in GAC action. 2-2. Chopped down the third base side and foul. East Central down to their final strike and their final out in the second game of the Saturday doubleheader. The win will go to Ethan Perry. The loss will be charged to the East Central starter, Justin Chitty. Bowie swings and misses. It briefly gets away from Day, but he gets it back, throws to first, and this ball game is over. The Reddies win it 22-3.